so sorry.
Evening, that's all right. It's usually me. Welcome. Tonight, we are starting out our Select Board meeting of July 9th, 2026. We're going to be moving into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21. At 5 o'clock, we'll be moving into room 303. At that time, we will discuss the following. Human Resource Director, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. And also the Harbor Master Contract, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. We will also review and approve the executive session minutes for April 16th, 2026. When we conclude, we will be coming back to start our regular session meeting at 6 p.m. or as close as possible to that.
To go into executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. We'll see you as close to 6 p.m. as possible. We are back in session, and I need to let the audience know that I misspoke when I introduced our executive session. I stated the date as July 9th. It is July 13th. My memo was the 9th, so I apologize, but I got it right now. So we are going to open the Select Board meeting of July 13th, 2026. We are just a few minutes late, so we'll get this one started, and we will start by standing, for those who can, to pledge allegiance to the flag. And I ask that you remain standing. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And as we ask at our meetings, we ask you to pause and remember our veterans and also our service members protecting us on these shores and away from home. I also ask that you bring to your mind the passing of the following Dartmouth residents that brought a lot to our community: Anne Marie Ledetto, a beloved chemistry teacher at Dartmouth High School; Eleanor Brooks, the guidance secretary at Dartmouth High School for a number of years, and a legend at 96. And most recently, Gilbert Madrigal, the former director of music. Thank you. We have a very big agenda, so some things are going to get a little bit moved around, but we're going to start tonight with a 6 o'clock hearing on the agricultural license applicant, Jack Condon. May I have a motion to open the hearing?
Made.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed. Could I have Jack Condon come on up to the podium? Jack. We have a lot of information in our packet, but the folks here and at home are not privy to our packet. So tell us what's going on.
All right. So I'm submitting an application or proposal to the town for a half-acre aquaculture site located in the Slocums River. In this proposal, like I said, it's a half-acre site. It's an intertidal zone. It's within the BB7 conditionally approved area. And I'm using bottom set cages that will be fixed to the bottom or the substrate floor of the sandbar. And this is an intertidal zone. So around 2 hours of low tide, these cages should be exposed. But beyond that, or as the tide increases, they'll be submerged by the water. They'll be properly marked. And I'll be growing the American oyster.
So for folks at home, this is off of the cow yard area, if you're familiar with that, off of Little River Road?
Correct.
Right, so, and the cow yard is before the bridge, the little bridge that you get to where you turn and end up at the Lloyd Center.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So your proposal went through a number of boards, and first of all, you did a beautiful PowerPoint in here, thank you. And so it really got me to delve into where this is and what you're asking for. And we've done a number of other shellfish locations. Some have not been so successful. So I'm wishing you all the best. But we did have some concerns brought up by various boards or members of boards. And so I'm just going to ask, and I don't know the answers to these questions.
Yeah.
So this isn't a trick. But one is your winter operation plan.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
So probably around December, I'll be removing all of the gear tackle, gear, cages, oysters. The first year, none of the oysters are going to be ready for market. They're going to be probably halfway through their growing stage, but right when the water reaches around 40 degrees, they become dormant. But before that, I'll probably pull them, especially in preparation for the easterly storms. And there's a facility in Dennis, Massachusetts, that is they're approved by the state to overwinter shellfish, and that's the location I'm going to be using. I could also work with the harbor master of the town, and I'm not highly educated on this side of things. This is my plan B. I could get access to a certain oyster farm that has a depth maybe greater than, I'd say, 10 feet, where I could submerge my oysters and then pull them and relocate them or relay back when the spring comes around.
Okay, some of the other yearly protections for that area, and you're talking about, so let's talk about a storm. Non-winter storm comes. What happens then? Just knowing where you're located, it's not out there, but it's not protected.
Yeah, so, well, it's going to be usually a southerly storm, and with that just comes with very strong wind. When the sandbar's exposed, usually for around 4 hours of the day, it's not really impacted by the swell that's created, the wind swell that's created from these storms. But if it's severe enough, I live right there, so I will go out there and I'll pull everything I have, or check the gear. So probably won't have to pull with the southerly storm, but I will probably check all of my connection points, all of the gear, and make sure nothing is failing. And truthfully, I'll be out there bi-weekly, just sorting and just checking all the gear anyways. So if I do see some of the gear that's starting to, I guess, show its age, I'll be replacing it and go to Catch and Supply and just get the freshest gear you can get. I hope that answers your question. Is there anything else that concerns you?
Hang on. Okay, so the seed that you're getting, how long from seed to sell is there?
Well,
How many years?
Yeah, so it's going to be hopefully around 2 years. In a controlled environment, it will take around 2 years. In the wild, it takes around 3. But it really depends on the growing conditions. And I think this is a really suitable site for it. It has a really nice current. The water warms in the summer. Right now, my boat reads around 78, 80. So that's optimal growing. They feed off of phytoplankton, so it's coming straight from north to south down the Slocum's River and the Little River. And hopefully I'll get a marketable product in the second season growing.
And have you had any, what is your training?
Well, my training...
An interest or education?
Yeah. Interest, passion. I wouldn't go through all this hassle if I didn't care about it, and I wouldn't live in Dartmouth if I wasn't passionate about where I am. And truthfully, I've never worked on an oyster farm. I have a large network that has. I've got in touch with many. The president of the Massachusetts Aquaculture Association, for one, the founder of Cutty-Hunk Shellfish Farms. I have a buddy in town, he's a marine biologist, who also grows oysters. I have a neighbor and a new friend that works in the farm currently. So I have a network. I've surrounded myself with a network that I could actually go to for questions. But besides that, I'm on the water every day. The past 10 years, 20 years, really fishing, diving, boating. I've worked on commercial fishing boats. I've done sport fishing tournaments. I've been a first mate of many boating operations. And I consider myself a professional, and I kind of see an easy path for me to become a professional in this field. So that's it.
Excellent. It's a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
For those delicious oysters. Did someone on the board have a question? Mr. Tattlebaum.
It sounds like the thing you have most more than anything else is passion. You want to do it. Experience on the water doing this exact job, not so much. But you're putting yourself at risk financially, high risk, because you have potential for loss. Could be great based on maybe inexperience or whatever, but you're willing to take that chance, and that's what they're telling us. But you've surrounded yourself with people who can help you, but your actual time on the water doing this particular job is something you have not done before. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct.
And who are we to say no in terms of should you do it or not do it, but you made it pretty clear where you stand on this.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to give it my all if you approve this. Yeah.
Well, you're trying a very different location than others have. Hopefully that will bring you some luck. Anyone from the other side of the table?
Jack, what are the dimensions? Are you just going to feel it out when you get out there?
Yeah, so, I mean, that's important to feel it out, but truthfully, I'm starting it as a garden, and I want to transition this to a farm. And this is going to take years. And what I'm going to start with is 4 to 8 bottom set cages. The dimensions are around 3 foot by 4 foot each cage. First year, I'm going to start with 5,000 oysters. And I'm going to be pretty data-driven and a day-to-day, like, taking notes on what happens every season. And the second year is when I start making moves. And the third year, I have a full plan just based off of the data that I gathered. So the total footprint would probably be, of the half acre, is around 0.5, 1% of the entire area I'm trying to lease. But I'm looking to grow it, obviously, and I'm looking to fill it out, looking to provide jobs for the town. I'm looking to improve the water quality of the Slocum's River. And I think you could trust me that I'm not going to jump into this looking to make as much money as possible, but looking to really make an impact and align with, like, kind of the goals that I set to achieve.
How do you, for the equipment that's out there in the summertime, say, how do you market?
So you market with, well, what I'm going to do is a helix anchors on all 4 corners with a yellow buoy. I think that's the standard regulation to market. Since it's an intertidal zone, it's right on the sandbar. There's not going to be in the way of any boating traffic. It's going to be safe and away from people that are trying to use the waterways. There will be a Proflex line connected to each buoy, and then within that rectangle is going to be my cages that are fixed on the bottom.
Do you have is it a company that you're going to run this under, or is it personal, individual?
Yeah, well, I have a company in town, and I'd run it under that until I could get an LLC up and running for the particular farm itself. But yeah.
This is our insurance guy. He's always concerned about risk management. So.
Yeah, well, abandonment too.
Abandonment, yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, is there a contract that we have that we would draw
It's
up?
ultimately the state's final say
Okay.
on this.
Yeah. That would dictate how we would handle an abandonment, say, of the.
My address is on the proposal.
Yeah. No.
We have several letters from different departments, as I said, that you should have as well, and their concerns. And to alleviate their concerns, the best thing is to continue to work with them and run concerns and questions that you have by them and answer the questions that they have. They are far more knowledgeable in these areas than probably the 5 of us. Mm-hmm. You know, my biggest concerns for you is you getting either hurt in this or financially ruined. And I don't want either of those. So to me, you're taking on a lot of risk. And I can only wish you best of luck with that. But again, make sure you reach out and ask those various departments and those individuals that have written in about, you know, their concerns. And it's more concerns about, have you thought of this? So just as a new person doing this, I think that it's very, they would be very helpful. And their concerns for weather and all that. Oh, yes, Mr. Silva.
Did you receive the letters that we got from the harbor master and conservation?
Yes, yeah, I did review those, yeah. Just so we don't take steps backwards down the road, I did have to get a neighbor's approval on, just because I'm within a 500-foot distance from their shoreline or their property line. And I have a letter receipt that I sent them a notice.
Okay.
So if they're in this room, if I guess Tom Parker is in this room,
Tom?
if he has any concerns, right? I don't know if I should shout his name out, but he approved it per se, yeah. But that's a
we want to hear from Steve?
Did anyone that write in, did the harbor master, Concom, members of waterways want to speak tonight, or you're having your own conversations with Jack? Thank you. Harbor Master Steve Mello is coming up.
Thank you. Harbor Master and Shellfish Constable Steve Mello. I've been working with Jack for months on this and helping him through the process. This is our fourth application received. We currently have one active farm in the outer harbor. We have one that is inactive off of non-quit, and a third that was denied after receiving approval from the select board, tentative approval. The state declined to give their blessing because of pre-existing stock. And that was in 2019, and that site similarly located, but 790 feet away from where this is being located. So what we're doing tonight as a town is we would be considering temporary approval, or it's not set in stone. It has to go to the state. The state has to conduct the survey that some of the other departments mentioned. They have to check for existing stock, eelgrass, viability, water quality, things of that nature. So the one thing I want to point out with this application, in light of the sewer overflow we're hearing about, this area is far removed from New Bedford and one of the last places to get shut down by the 30 million gallons that escaped early last week, the 18 million gallons that escaped Friday night from the rain. This area does have conditional approval for the growth and harvesting, but because of its remoteness, we don't see it closed as often as the harbor. The board, to consider the exposure or the risk to the town, has the option under Section 17 of the aquaculture regulations to consider a bond or insurance for the removal of gear. That's a select board discretion, and it's on a case-by-case basis. It has not been done in the past. Frankly, it hasn't been an issue in the past. If there are no other questions.
Well, just one question, Steve. On the inactive off of non-quit, how big is it? What do we do with the equipment that?
That's been removed and was never replaced, so it's an empty, non-active site.
Anyone else? So as stated, we give approval, but it's conditional approval, and then it goes up to the state, and the state will either give its approval, not give its approval, or give some sort of combination of other things that need to be looked at. So, what says the board?
You have to close the hearing.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Procedural. Are we ready to close the hearing? Oh, wait.
Well,
no?
Mr. O'Neill brought up the issue about a bond and removal of product, equipment. That's an option that Mr. Mello said that we could take, but
Yeah, I wouldn't require it. You know, Steve
Agreed.
says that there's no requirement, or there hasn't been a requirement in the past, and we
Right.
haven't run into the problem in the past.
that's been a problem in the past.
Should be fine.
Okay.
So, anybody for, anybody against?
Well, no, first we have to close the hearing.
While the hearing's open, if there's anyone in the audience that wants to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. First time. Not really. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this project? Anyone in the audience that would like to speak against this project?
Motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor on the board?
Aye.
Aye. The hearing is now closed. Any other questions or comments?
Tom Parker's a resident over at Michon Point, correct?
That's
Yeah. And if it's okay with Tom, it's okay with me.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. All in favor of approval or conditional approval from the Board of Selectmen or Select Board on this aquaculture application? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone against? Passes unanimously. Best of luck to you.
Good luck.
So maybe summer of 2026, we'll be eating Dartmouth oysters. All right. I'm going to take a few things out of order. I'm going to take item A of new business, which is the Loughborough Marketplace LLC doing business as Farming Coast Market, transfer of wine and malt beverage package store license to Duval's General Store, doing business as Duval's General Store on Russell's Mills Road. Is there someone to speak? This is a transfer of license. Thank you.
Here he comes.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you all for doing what you do. It's a thankless job. So my name's Peter Bullard. I'm an attorney here in New Bedford, and I'm representing the Loughborough Marketplace. As you know, they've had a retail license to sell beer and wine for several years now, and they'd like to transfer that to Duval's. Duval's would like to expand their retail operation by offering beer and wine. Duval's already has a liquor license for their restaurant, but this would just be allow them the opportunity to sell beer and wine on a retail basis. I think I'm biased, but I think both Farm and Coast and Duval's have good track records with the town, and they like to work with the town. They're trying to be good neighbors, but it's really a straightforward just transfer of an existing beer and wine retail license. And we're here, Mary Ann Buckley is the manager at Duval's. She is here, and she's more than willing to try to attempt to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Mary Ann, if you'd come up, I do have a question for you, and I'll see if anyone from the board does.
Hello.
Knowing the location of Duval's and the inside footprint, where would these items be stocked?
Yeah, so we have outlined 2 shelves in our refrigerator on the general store side for local beer and a few bottles of wine, and then a small footprint that is about 3 feet wide, 4 feet tall for approximately 24 bottles.
So we're not opening a whole room.
No. We're pretty full.
You are, and you're not giving up the book section, so I'm happy to
Absolutely
hear
not.
that. All right. Any other questions from members of the board? And this is on the transfer,
As long as the kids' book room doesn't go, my kids
No,
will be.
no,
especially with that
the arch
great,
will stay.
how you can crawl in, absolutely. Anyone? No?
Motion to approve.
We're approving the transfer of the license from Loughborough Marketplace to Duval's General Store. Second?
Second.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none?
Thank you so much.
Okay. When does that actually take place? When does the magic transfer happen?
It's got to go to Yeah, we the have to send it to the
ABCC.
ABCC after this.
All right, so your beer and wine selections are not available tomorrow at Duval's. Okay, so give it some time. All right. I have 2 more minutes before I can actually open the next hearing, so I'm going to take another item out of order. I'm going to take item G, which is accepting a donation from the Dartmouth Friends of the Elderly. And we'll bring Dartmouth Friends of the Elderly up to the podium. Maria Connor, we'll take you up. I want to start with all kinds of good news.
Just for the folks who may not be known with that we exist, we've been in the community for 40 plus years. I think by now we know what we're doing. Our success is made through the generosity of the people of Dartmouth, business, and our fundraising. And also we couldn't do it without a group of volunteers who work very hard to make sure that we have the resources when we need it. And of course, our objectives and goals has not changed. Our purpose is to enhance the lives of our seniors in the community, our veterans, and we're also pretty big on intergenerational programs. Through the years, most of the stuff that we have done has been a lot of programs, but also the infrastructure, which is very important to actually have these programs. And in this case, upgrading our kitchen.
This is a very exciting, and finally,
Took a long time.
yes, I think I have now become
Yeah.
part of the elderly in waiting for this to happen. So, and Friends of the Elderly, it goes without saying that these are not, I'll say my grandmother's elderly, because it's quite an active group.
This is a different
I
generation.
said my grandmother because my mother's sitting there with Friends of the Elderly, so I say my grandmother's elderly. It's a far more active group.
I'm 88 years old, and I move with the times.
But the Friends of the Elderly have contributed in so many ways to the footprint of the site and the programming at the site, as you said. They have a very small little Black Goose resale shop that is a hub of activity on the days that they are open and accepts donations and wisely, culls through what's donated and makes decisions about pricing and which, but it's a lively place. And as you said, there's that, and then other fundraising activities that you do. And you're here tonight to gift the town $100,000. I want people to realize that this is no small gift.
It took quite a while to work. Those volunteers work very hard. People should drop in and see the activities. And that footprint on the whole I call them a compound, that has been there for many years. The Dartmouth Friends of the Elderly has had a hand on every extension, from garages to wellness center, you name it, we've done it. We have raised millions of dollars through the years to ensure that the seniors have a place to go with a lot of new programs, and ensure that the new generation coming up, they have a place to go.
It's a very different generation.
Oh,
and
quite.
having been, at the location and helped with the Meals on Wheels program, and see that operation and how many meals we serve our community, it's amazing. And seeing
They're doing about 200 meals a day.
200 meals a
in
day.
Dartmouth.
And then we do extra meals for a weekend so that people who are home have meals for the weekend. But to think that we could do so much more in an upgraded kitchen and the community center itself. And these things certainly would not be happening without the push of the Friends of the Elderly and the financial support. So thank you so
I
much.
would like very much to have our board right here without them, and they're very positive about everything we do. Can you please stand up and say your names, please?
I'm Christine Crofton, Ellen Hull, Clarissa, Ian Silva.
That's not.
And I know that's not all of them. And then it's a working group, and I can't thank you
a very
enough.
hard working group for sure.
So I just want to add, we've been at this for quite some time, and Ms. Silva Brooks mentioned the kitchen. This project goes beyond the kitchen. It really is the community room outside of the kitchen, the large room that, if you're familiar with the COA, you're familiar with this space. We had allocated $400,000 at the fall town meeting to move forward with the kitchen project. We thought that would be plenty of funding. The Friends had previously promised to give $100,000 that we would use towards the equipment in the kitchen, and they would donate that equipment to the town. We went out to bid. We had to, follow mass procurement laws. We had to do sub bids. And then what we did is we wanted the project to move forward regardless, so we bid it out as 3 alternates as well. So the kitchen being priority base bid, and then we did alternate 1, which was either the flooring of the room or the ceiling of the room. Alternate 2 was the flooring. Alternate 3 was, call it a TV wall. It's more than a TV wall. It's some built-ins and shelving and stuff. And so the bid, if you combine all the alternates, the bids came in at around $475,000. So we were about $75,000 short without any sort of contingency or anything like that. And so obviously doing it now will save us money in the long term, mobilization, inflation. And so we, myself and Amy and Angela over at the COA scheduled a meeting with the Friends and Maria, and we had a really, I think, a good discussion, and we were able to get the support of the Friends. And so we're very thankful, and this will allow the project to move forward, and we will enter into a contract hopefully next week and get this project started.
That's great news.
And was also made that we should upgrade that main room, which you needed another $50,000 that the Friends is also donating it.
Incredible. Thank you so much. This is very exciting because those of you who don't think you're elderly, it happens quickly. And pick up a bulletin. We're all at Hawthorne. I'm there weekly. We're all at Hawthorne. There's always, everywhere you go, there's always a monthly printout of the activities at the Council on Aging, and there's something for everyone.
And when it comes to new programs, we always make sure that the Council on Aging has enough funding to start a new program. So we're there.
All right. So at this point, I'm looking for a board member to make a motion to accept the donation from the Friends of the Elderly.
Motion to finally accept and get this project underway.
All right.
Second.
Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Dare say they're opposed. Thank you. I don't want to weed out our audience, but I will now move back to our hearing. I couldn't start that earlier than 6:30, so now I can go to our hearing, our second hearing of the night, and this hearing is for Lofberg Marketplace LLC, doing business as Farming Coast, and at this point, they're going to be talking about an all-alcohol package store license application. So if I could have a motion to open that hearing?
So moved.
And seconded, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Now with the hearing opened, welcome back.
It's been a long time.
Yes.
Double bummer for you guys. But this has been a long process, maybe not as long as the Council on Aging, but we've gone to, we have a lot of people to thank. We've gone to town meeting not once but twice, and town meeting approved it both times. We're grateful for that. Chris Markey and Mark Montigny have gotten it through the State House and the State Senate, and the governor has signed this home rule petition. The selectmen have been very supportive in the past, and Melanie in your office is a saint with unlimited patience, apparently. And so we're finally here before you for this proposal. It's as you know, the town has a limited number of liquor licenses, and so we had to get the home rule petition in order to go over by one. Again, as I mentioned previously, I think Farm & Coast has been a good citizen, a good neighbor, and this is part of their business plan. I'm here with Jody Cody, who is the manager on the liquor license app, with Mimi, and they keep everything rolling at Farm & Coast with a lot of help from their staff. As you know, they have been selling beer and wine, but now they want to be able to sell the hard stuff, I guess. Again, I think they've worked well with the town in the past. I don't know anything about the shelving. You asked at Duval's
So
about.
I'm going to be asking it again.
Yeah, so Jody will be able to address that. We are concerned about, for lack of a better term, kind of the impact on the village. And I used to describe the village to friends as a hidden gem. And I no longer call the village a hidden gem. It's a gem, but
Not hidden.
It's not hidden anymore. And due to COVID and various other things, the village is on people's radar. And my observation is it's busier than it once was. What Farm & Coast tries to do is they have a deeded easement on the north side of their building that they use for deliveries and pickup. They also try to utilize Little Moss across the street where they have a parking lot. They pay for their employees' parking. If you go up Elm Street a little bit, you'll see where the employees park. And they do that to try to lessen the intensity of all the activity in the village. They request their vendors, they can't control their vendors, but they request their vendors to make early morning deliveries. But especially now, June, July, August, prime time, the village is really a busy, hectic place. And you've got the whole business has changed. You've got Amazon, you got UPS, you have Federal Express. You've just got all these delivery services now. So it is a very, very hectic place and Farm & Coast is trying to be sensitive to that. As I understand it, probably 90 to 95% of the new deliveries for the hard alcohol will be from existing vendors, so you won't have really more traffic, but rather than maybe taking 3 minutes to unload, maybe they take 4 minutes to unload because they'll have a couple extra crates. That is the proposal, and Jody would be able to tell you kind of square footage and where it's all going.
All right, don't go too far, though. Jody, come on up, but I want to thank you for acknowledging the traffic, because that was a concern that we got from not only abutters, but residents and those passing through, especially driving through down Bridge Street in that one block. And having either people crossing where they shouldn't be because they should be crossing at crosswalks. They're crossing to get to Farm & Coast, trying to park. Then we have a delivery truck, and so I applaud that you have acknowledged that you know it's a problem, and I know that you cannot control those vendors. But we need to make sure that there's somehow that you can try to speak to them and either continue with those early morning deliveries, or that they use that rear access that they have, and if that needs to be changed. But the during the day deliveries are a huge problem for a lot of people, and we just don't want to have any further consequences there.
Right.
So thank you for acknowledging it, because it was something we wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And Jody,
Yes.
tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Jody Cody. I'm the general manager at Farm & Coast. I helped open it, so I've been there from the beginning. And Peter's right. As far as the space that we have delegated, or we're hoping to delegate to the bottled alcohol, for about 14 feet, it's a hutch, if anybody's been in recently. And when you walk into the wine cellar part of the business, it would be on your right-hand side towards the bathrooms. It's really out of sight. It's something that you'd have to be going to the ladies' room or men's room
So it's
to
in that hall.
really
Okay.
even see it. It's a wooden hutch that was made for that area. And the bottom half of the hutch would be just for us to enclose cases, and the top hutch would be for the display. So it's not as small as what Duval's is saying, but we're hoping, the initial delivery would probably be 10 cases to fill that slot. And then after that, in
Very
the summer.
curated alcohol selections.
Correct. Just like the wine section that we have, but much, much smaller, much smaller.
I just couldn't envision, having been in there recently, but not down towards the restrooms, envision what you would replace to bring this in. So thank you. This is a different spot.
Yep. If you're walking towards the restroom, it would be on your right-hand side.
I believe that's where the cleaning buckets were the last time I was in. So this will be interesting.
But as far as deliveries go, it's been an issue for us from the beginning. We know that. We try really hard to, be good neighbors. We're nothing without the neighborhood, so we understand that. We don't want it to be dangerous. We don't want it to cause problems, and we do try to address it as often as we can.
I do thank you for that.
Run a store. I ran a grocery store in Westport for 35 years. Helped run it. And they had a receiving dock. They have a lot of different things that we don't have. And it was one of the first things I noticed when I was hired. I'm like, where are the deliveries going to go? And so very well aware of what we need to do. And like I said, I don't think weekly, I don't think that it'll be more than 5 to 8 cases that we'll be getting from our drivers. And I would say 95 to 98% of that is already trucks that we already have. They're just going to be bringing a few extra cases to us.
Ms. Brooks?
The other concern about the deliveries, I just wanted to mention that the Dartmouth Police Safety Officer happens to be here for another matter, and I know he's listening. And I'm not sure if the police department, speaking to those drivers or finding those drivers for parking as they do,
I'm fine with that.
Is a possibility.
Any help I could get would be
so
helpful.
That may be something that police take notice. Maybe they'll take a little more notice. And sadly, I'm sure it's a convenience for them to be on Bridge Street, to head up over the bridge or to coming back off the bridge, but they really need to take that turn onto
Then
Elm
with the bridge
Street.
opening and closing now, it's, of course it just
Or lack
exaggerates the whole, the whole situation. So. And not to sound like I'm on the council on aging, but back in the day you had to, you had your drivers. You used to, give them a gift certificate because they were your drivers and they took really good care of you. But that's not the way it is anymore. You get a different driver almost every delivery. The time of day, most of them, we don't even know until they show up what time they're coming. So it's not something that is easily controlled from our end. But any support from the town would be very much welcomed.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yep, thank you. We received a well-written letter from Sharon Tripp from Davis and Tripp, she's the president, regarding the issue of parking and congestion and trucks on the street. Well-written, not adversarial, she's just concerned about what's going to be. I think Jody made the point about it's not going to be a giant increase in what they're doing, but it is something different. I think, on the other hand, we have an opportunity to do something maybe a little different. Way back when, we talked about a loading zone on the street designated for trucks.
When?
When?
Yeah, that was discussed?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
when Farmer first opened, and we talked about it in the parking committee.
Oh.
And I would propose, be a good time ever, that, for instance, I'm not a safety officer and I'm not a fire department official, but to consider that, for instance, the space across the street from Scuttlebutt, there's that zone there that could be perfect, a location to park a truck, and it could service all the retail establishments in the area. Make that, in that whole little block, I think it's about 2 or 3 car spaces. If not, it doesn't work, safety officer doesn't like it, find another place, and designate someplace it's loading zone, no parking only. It's a safety issue at this point. That bridge closes, there's a truck parked on the side. People are sitting there. They described to me at Davison Trip, but people get frustrated. They pull out around these trucks and they go out 90 miles an hour to get out of there. And we've had a horrible thing happen a year or so ago. And let's not, I think this is now a safety issue. It's not about delivery or convenience. It's about safety. And I would implore that we get together with the DPW and with the safety officer and try to find a place and designate for parking. I mean, it won't solve the problem entirely, but it certainly will be something that we're not doing right now. I had that conversation with Jody and with a couple other retailers in the area, and of course, they've always been a favorite. I think it's time we do it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dave. Actually, Officer Canario, did you want to speak on this matter or in general about, I know you're here for something else, but in general on the stuff going on in the village?
That has been an issue for a while, and exactly like he stated, it was the safety officer prior to me that made the recommendation of a dedicated loading, unloading zone, and it was on Bridge Street, the 2 parking spaces right at the parking lot, after the stop sign. You would forfeit 2 parking spots, which I know parking is a premium, but it was going to be an absolute loading, unloading zone, 15 minutes. That's where all the trucks could fit. There's been no trucks down there that have been too big to fit in those spots. And right now, it's difficult to enforce the violations, because what do you expect them to do? It just ties up a cruiser when they pull up and there's a truck in the way. If we have a dedicated parking area for loading, unloading, they're going to get cited. Because now you're not going in the street. Now you have a place to go. It's 15 minutes for loading and unloading. If someone's there, you wait your turn and then you go, but you're not blocking the street. That is a serious public safety hazard. But we can't do anything about it until we have a place to tell them to go. Well, you can't park here and unload. Okay, where do we go? I don't know. Go park at a Pond and Gas and walk over the bridge. Well, what are we supposed to tell them? There's no dedicated place. So
How can we make
was addressed.
How can we make it happen
All
for
right.
this season?
So we can ask for police department, DPW, its office to work together.
What I would recommend, since this is kind of just thrown out there. I'll revisit that area and I'll take any advice, opinions. I'll forward them to Mr. Barber and let him take that ball and run with it.
Who happens to be here as well.
Okay?
Stars are aligning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else have questions on this matter?
Yes. Jody, the access to the back where deliveries used to go, but I guess there's some construction back there now?
It's a different owner now.
So a different owner, so that's off the table, that access?
It's an easement.
You've got
I don't know
easement.
the legal, what I'm told is it's 12 feet off my building, not my building, 12 feet off the back of Farm and Coast. And that's it. And so basically any truck that needs to pull in there needs to either drive straight in and back straight out, or find a way to turn around on Elm Street so that they can back into that 12-foot section.
I mean, in my personal opinion, the bigger problem would be to go back to no traffic and no trucks down there. And we've seen that. And that wasn't good. That wasn't good for the village. It wasn't good for the town. So, these things have a tendency to show success. Barring the safety issue, which we can deal with. The question that I had that I think you answered was vendor consolidation. Can we get the same types of material from the same vendors that we're using?
Absolutely, yep.
So if we can do that, that's obviously an effort that you've made to reduce the number of trips, reduce the number of vendors that you're dealing with, and that's going to that should offset a lot of the concern.
Correct.
The last thing is, would it be an option of yours to consider certain deliveries to Dartmouth Street and then Curry down? Because I'm sure you have staff back and forth between Dartmouth and the village, right? So if we're only talking 10 cases a week or whatever it is, and you run into trouble,
absolutely,
maybe we could you could consider Currying back and forth. But so you're saying access to the back will still be available after this construction is done?
Yeah, that's part of the.
So you'd be able to use that again.
It's deeded, like,
It's deeded, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't access that now, right? But you will in the future, once that construction is complete.
Right.
All right, that's good.
Just small trucks, maybe.
yeah, small, I mean, which we ask all of them to bring small trucks, but.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Anything?
Just, for years, people, we've always wanted to tout the village. Now that the village has been touted, we have other problems that we have to deal with. So, I mean, we're the masters of our own success, unfortunately. Is this a situation that can be worked out? Sure is. And I think between Officer Canario, the police department, Mr. Barber, figuring that out, I think that probably poses the best we can hope for at that time. And I'm sure we're going to push for it. And I'm sure that once that happens, there'll be other problems that'll crop up somewhere down the line, So, unfortunately, success has its rewards, but it also has its misrewards.
Sure does.
So we deal with it on a certain basis, and I think, everybody down in the village, are very reasonable people, and I think, the association can come up with something, to help out too. So, I don't foresee this to be a major issue, but it's something that can be worked out, and I think to everybody's somewhat satisfaction. You can't satisfy everybody, but somewhat satisfaction.
But
And
we're
I think that's
more than happy to work with the
Yeah,
safety officer.
And I think both Officer Canario and Superintendent Barber get the gist of what we want to see accomplished down there, and they'll get it done.
Thank you.
With that, I make a motion that we approve.
I think we need to ask if there's any.
Yeah, that's right, I forgot about that.
That's okay.
It's a hearing.
That's right. So
Excuse
before
me.
we close the hearing, are
It's
there
been 3
any
weeks since we had
members
a
of the
meeting, so-
audience that would like to speak in favor of this project? Any member of the audience that would like to speak against the project?
Mrs. Brooks?
Yes,
Excuse me,
Mr.
in the corner?
Oh, come on up.
I would like to be recorded in favor. My name is Henry Bousquet. I'm a citizen in New Bedford, 3870 Cushing Avenue. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. McDonald?
Motion to close the hearing. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We've closed the hearing. And now, if the board...
Motion to approve the request.
Motion made and seconded to approve the request. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Make a motion that we direct the safety officer and the DPW to come up with a solution for a loading zone in the village.
Soon as possible.
I think we're all in agreement of that.
That's my motion.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Seconded. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. All right, so I see Mr. Barber putting that down, pen to paper, and we'll be in touch with Mr. Canario, with Officer Canario, so thank you on that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And again, alcohol will not be there tomorrow.
You're going to get alcohol before oysters. Hopefully.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our next item on the agenda is a joint meeting with our Board of Public Works. And I see that they are here, two of our members. So they have a quorum. So have you already opened your meeting? Okay, so you would like to do that now? Okay, go ahead. Yes. I know, I'm sorry. It's sticky like that.
Excuse me.
Oh, we're doing so fine.
Madam Chair, my name is Robert Almy. I'm the Chair of the Board of Public Works. I'd like to open the meeting of Monday, the 13th, a joint meeting with the Select Board. For the record, we have Mr. Gagne with us, so we have a quorum. We have a motion by Mr. Gagne. Chair seconds. All in favor? Chair votes aye. Meeting is adjourned. Is open.
Not quite.
Madam Chair, as we go into this, there was a slight discrepancy between the posting for the joint meeting and the posting for our meeting. And I don't think it will affect how the business is done, but I would request that the discussion of the professional engineering contract be done after we adjourn our meeting.
Okay.
Our board got its hand slapped 18 months ago by the state over some very technical issues having to do with agendas and open meeting law. And so I sort of was the point person for it, so I've become very sensitive.
Hypersensitive to it, absolutely. The first item that we're going to discuss tonight with your board is the fiscal year 27 water, sewer, and solid waste rates.
I'd like to have Mr. Barber take the lead on that, and I think we have Finance Director and available as well. Tim?
Come on up, Tim.
So Tim can start with the solid waste rates, and then Mr. Carrero and I will get into the water and sewer rates.
Good evening, Tim Barber, Director of Public Works. So a few years ago, we worked on a rate study for water, sewer, and solid waste enterprise fund. At that time, it was proposed that we increase the annual rate from $90 to $120 for FY26, and we did that last year, and there was no projected increase for FY27, but there was a larger increase for FY28 at 33%. Looking at some increases in the budget and some town overhead costs, I had presented that we increase in FY27 by another $20 for a $140 annual fee for the solid waste SMART program, which is a 16.67% increase.
So if we had no increase this year, it would have been a 30% or so increase next year.
A $40
40%.
increase next year, which was originally proposed. So we figured it'd be best to split that. So rather than spiking an increase, we have a consistent increase annually.
Would you repeat that, Tim?
Rather than
the rates themselves?
Repeat the rate. So this past year for FY26, we were at $120 for the year for the SMART program. And going into FY27, we are raising the rate to $140, which is a $20 increase. The bag rate, so for the orange bags, those are proposed to stay at the same rate for $5 for 5 small bags and $10 for 5 large bags.
Stays the same.
Stay the same, yes.
And what can you tell us? I mean, the thing that's, we're constantly getting asked about we eliminated that the orange bags came in another bag. We put a sticker on them. Then the sticker gave us problems. Where are we with all of this? There has been training videos on Facebook on how to slice the sticker without slicing the bag. This is a big deal.
It is.
So,
the company Waste Zero, our bag vendor, wanted to become more environmentally friendly. So rather than package the bags in another bag, plastic bag, they went with a paper wrap with a glued strip on it. And when it was on the bottom, so when you overlapped it, the glue strip would sometimes stick to the bag and you couldn't open the bag. With a number of complaints, we reached out to Waste Zero and asked them to revise their packaging, and they changed the glue strip and location so it wouldn't stick to the bag anymore. So recently I haven't seen many complaints.
Well, I thank you
Absolutely.
for reaching out to Waste Zero.
Yeah.
And that is our orange bag dispute. So you are here just talking about the solid waste, which is the pickup, curbside pickup, the increase for FY '27, which is what we're in now, will move to $140.
Yes.
Okay.
And that also includes the use of the transfer station in the brush and leaf drop-off area.
Yes, Mr. Silva.
Can you walk me through how we determine that $140 is the right number for what we're doing right now? Like specifically, and I have the same questions for water and sewer. Like, how are we forecasting equipment needs, capital needs, and incorporating that information into the rates?
So,
and what I want to get to is a place where we can level out our rate increases over time, right? We in the context of water, right? We had the mid-year 13% increase. We've had significant increases that are on the horizon. I would love to get to a place on all of our enterprise funds where we can have a more routine, normal increase versus having the sort of spikes up and down that we've been seeing recently, or at least as recent as I've been paying attention to them.
Absolutely. So we took that rate study, and I went through the rate study, and rather than have skipping years and having higher increases every other year, I revised it to have more consistent increases every year annually, so it's more expected, and you don't have those spikes. We also, during the rate study, the consultant that we used, their goal was to keep a 15% retained earning for capital improvement. And I think in solid waste, it's important to say that 15% doesn't get you very far, right? What a solid waste vehicle or recycling vehicle, they're in the range of about $450,000. So that, just that 15% would be pretty quickly. So I'm looking at trying to stay above 20% in retained earnings, and that's what's forecasted currently.
How confident are we that 20% is the right number, right? Like, we know what our assets are, right? What our fixed costs, what our capital costs are going to be over time, right? There's a trash truck that has to be replaced every X number of years. How confident are we that is 20% a number that we've done analysis to get to, or is it just feels right? It's better than the 15% the consultant said. You know what I'm saying?
So currently, 22% is about 700, just under 700,000.
But does that give us what we need in order to be able to fund the capital needs that we will have and that we can expect to have over the course of the next decade or so?
It currently does. If we move to electrification, which the state was pushing for, that will definitely change things, where a solid waste or recycling vehicle, battery powered, would cost closer to $1 million. So that wouldn't work in that case. But we're also looking at constant increases every year. Will drive up the retained earnings to higher towards 35 or 40%. So we can look at capital improvements such as that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How often are we replacing those trash trucks?
So recently, I think we've replaced a recycling truck and a solid waste truck opposite every year. So 1 year replace a solid waste, one year replace a recycle.
Ms.
Sorry.
Brooks?
Yep, go ahead, Dave.
Just as an aside, the electric vehicle, it's $1 million versus, what, double the cost. The savings that it represents justified in any way in terms of the operating every day?
It may in a smaller town. So looking at capacities in battery capacity, you're looking at replacing one diesel-powered vehicle with 2 electric-powered vehicles.
The efficiency, will it make up for the additional cost of operating it, or any data that support it?
I think if we had, we do have solar power for electric, but I think adding additional solar or alternative energy to power those vehicles, would make them more efficient. The cost just to add that infrastructure is upwards of over $500,000, $600,000 just to add the charging infrastructure.
So we'd have the infrastructure cost. The vehicles themselves are about $2 million. And we're spending $450,000 every other year for a solid waste truck. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but.
Well, the other issue was the cost just to operate the diesel truck versus a solar.
Right, we look at that cost as well, and how long do the batteries last in an electric truck of that size? So that's also a question.
Maybe too soon to invest in that because that technology is changing dramatically.
Well, the state has backed off on that.
They have.
Thought.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
There are municipalities who have put this to use where they are, they have infrastructure that creates energy, whether it's a aerobic digester or solar that are fueling these trucks, and that seems to work and be efficient if you have all that infrastructure. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. McDonald.
Unless the state gives us those electric trucks for free, this whole proposal, excuse the pun, is garbage.
Here, here.
We have 210 miles of road that these trucks go through, and usually the capacity for these vehicles are probably less than 300, so these trucks are going to be, once they go to the facility and come back, more than likely they're going to be less their charge. So I would be absolutely dead set against any electric vehicle for any municipal work vehicle, other than a little Prius that somebody has to go to here and there for, or some other vehicle, but a work truck, no, it's not going to work. And no. Sometimes the state, I wonder where their state of mind is sometimes, but this is ridiculous. On the fee increase for the annual SMART fee, let me just say this. I'm a customer. I'm willing to pay it. On the average, 2 bags a week, 52, at $140, I'll be paying $384 a year for you guys to take my trash. Sometimes I go through maybe 3 bags a week, depending upon, whatever it is, especially if I have the grandkids over and they want to, snack away and we got to throw stuff away. Even at 2.5, I'll be paying $400. You break that down on a monthly cost, it's less than $40 a month. There are people out there that are getting ABC because it's so convenient for them not to recycle that they're paying $75 to $100 a month, and it's costing them $1,200. Even at $100, it's costing them $1,200 to throw their trash away. I'm doing it for $400. This is a bargain. I don't care what anybody says. SMART in this town is a bargain. And because we're doing the recycling, we have that guy right there telling us that we're going to be having, a landfill that should have been closed well over 10 years ago that's extended a life because Dartmouth is doing its share and recycling at a greater clip than our community over there, which I can understand sometimes. So, this is one rate increase that I will defend because it's a bargain. And Now this is where I'm going to get on my high horse.
You weren't on your high horse?
No. No, it was a small pony.
He's letting us know, though.
It's time to doing the solid waste. This town needs to deal with the same way you pick up the trash is the same way you pick up the recycling. We should have a bin for trash. First of all, one of the things that anybody complains is that you put your trash out on a Sunday night, Monday morning you're picking up papers because the squirrels, the rabbits, the raccoons, or whatever have gotten at it, and you could try all sorts of stuff, ammonia in the bag, ammonia around the bag. Somehow they still, the wildlife around here probably treats ammonia like crack, and they just go after the bags. So
Pretty resilient.
we need to start thinking about the one arm dealing with the trash, not only for that, but also for the safety of the pickers, so that the pickers are not on the back of the trucks, especially in a torrential rain, where they could possibly slip, end up on the road, and somebody actually hitting them, or dealing with individuals who have overcapacity on the bags. These guys are picking up thousands of bags a day, and it's wears and tears on the backs. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And, we need to do something. We need to move to a more automated recycling. Still buy the bags, but put it in a bin. And that way the arm picks it up, boom, bang, gone, out. And, yeah, you're going to reduce your labor costs, but those laborers can be put somewhere else in the DPW where they're needed, like construction, water, that area too. So it's a redistributing of the labor. So we seriously need to start thinking about doing an automated on the trash, for not only for the safety of the men, for the safety of the crew, and also for the well-being of the, so that the town doesn't look like, every Sunday night, the north end of the town doesn't have trash blowing, or on Thursdays, the south end doesn't have trash blowing around because the wildlife gets at it. To be honest with you, squirrels are tough. Those suckers know how to tear those bags open.
I know at one point we had talked about this.
So
Where are we?
There was kind of an idea in place that we had separated recycling. So we have cardboard and then we have plastic and cans. So it was thought that if at some point having commingled recycling would be more efficient and cost effective, then we could move to commingled and then have the second bin as trash or a solid waste. That hasn't come into fruition. The separation and the processing of recycling is costly when you commingle. So we've kept our costs low as well for that. So there may be an additional cost increase to go that way, or we add a third bin, and to add a third bin, we would also have to add additional vehicles. So that would be the first investment, would be additional bins in I think 3 vehicles.
A third bin, as long as it's green, so it separates this green trash. Boom, see you later. I don't mind it. I got the room
Maybe
for
an
it.
orange lid to match the orange.
No orange lids. Green and orange, no.
So the $450,000 every other year is to pick up our trash, that shaped truck, or the $450 is the recycling truck?
They're both about the same cost, and we alternate. So one year we buy a recycling truck, one year we buy a trash truck, and then we take an older truck out of service.
So we would need more trucks
Correct.
and another bin.
That is correct.
Something to think
So,
about.
yeah, we can look at costs and look at what that investment would be.
So, Mr. Barber, when will we get the new updated bill?
That will
We're
be.
in now FY '27.
Yep, so that will be going out within the next week or two. Yep.
We have not paid this year's?
You have not.
We have not. Okay.
So you're getting used to the service before you pay for it.
All right. It's like a sale.
Just one thing
Yes.
the board and the public should be aware of. In the analysis provided, they are, even with the $20 increase, they are projecting a deficit for fiscal '27. So I just want you to be mindful of that. That retained earnings is down to about $594,000. We appropriated $400,000 at town meeting for a new truck. So we were at $994. That brings us down to $594. If we're still closing our books from the past fiscal year, it's going to be tight. If we ran a surplus, it's not going to be a significant surplus. So I wouldn't anticipate retained earnings going up anymore. And if you run another $183,000 deficit, your retained earnings are down to, around $300,000. So that means no new truck for the next 2 years if we don't, if we keep rates at just the $20 projection. They're all, and then we kind of break even based on the calculation here in fiscal '28. But you can remember, retained earnings are certified the year after, right? So we're gonna certify '26 and '27. So you're looking at not buying a truck for the next 2 years if we only do this rate increase, and we're gonna run a deficit. We have enough in retained earnings to cover it, but we are gonna run a deficit based on this projection.
So that's really the question I'm asking is the increase that we're recommending adequate to provide for our operating costs and our capital needs into the future?
Right, and the FY26 also showed a $183,000 deficit from the consultant's report. But if you currently look at the expenditures and the enterprise fund, it is close. It's not in deficit.
We have to take out liabilities when we certify the retained earnings, though, so that's what typically pushes us over.
So should we be looking at, instead of this $20, should we be looking at a $30 increase this year?
I mean, it's something for I think the Board of Public Works to consider. I just wanted to make it, I don't want to throw something on you and then at the end of the year you go, why we ran a deficit, why? And it's clearly projecting a deficit.
How many customers in the system?
About 10,000.
1,000? So a $10 increase is 100,000?
Yes.
For every 10, it's 100?
Yes.
Okay.
So I did run the numbers for a $30 increase as well,
Okay.
which doesn't show a projected deficit for FY27 or FY28.
And that would be $30 this year.
It'd actually be, it'd be $32.40. Yeah.
I want to round that off.
Yeah.
So, and then we're saying the following year an additional, it sounds like we would have to do an additional 30. We're still, if to keep this pace, to be able to buy these trucks, which I'd say next year it's not going to be 450, it's going to be more than that.
Let me ask you this, can we operate without buying a truck for 2 years? Do we have the right pace of replacing trucks? Or are we too conservative or not conservative enough?
I think we maintain our fleet pretty well, and we have bought new vehicles over the last couple of years, so we could take a look at what we have for a fleet and what would we need, what our capital expenses would be for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's the important part, because like I said, we know what our assets are and we know how frequently they must be replaced. I'd say let's make sure that we're replacing them at the correct frequency. There's no sense on getting rid of good equipment, but if we are replacing them at the correct frequency, then we must have rates that provide for those needs. Otherwise, we're gonna be in trouble.
Correct.
So that would be my recommendation to the Board of Public Works, is making sure that we can have rates that adequately cover the needs of the department.
It's still a bargain.
Mr. Padero, you had okay, hang on.
Gary Carr, Director of Finance. Under Mass General Law, we're not allowed to run deficits in enterprise funds. The solution to that is the general fund takes that burden, and we would have to petition the state in order to do that. The board remembers what happened mid-year last year with the water and sewer rates. We had to, mid-year, increase those rates. We're here now, the beginning of the fiscal year, so I would advise the board to do everything they can to make those rates whole. We may have to raise it more than $30. I just looked at that analysis today that Tim provided in order to build reserve, and the CIPC can go ahead and buy those trucks. And the $400,000 trucks this year are going to be $500,000 next year. We looked at the electric trucks; those things are $1 million. I agree with Sean that that's still in the test mode. Those trucks are it's the charges, it's everything else that goes with it. Those are a major expense for communities, and we're not a beta site for that, so we wouldn't get any breaks. But my recommendation to the board is to look at increasing it at least $30 and then maybe even more for building capital reserve, because we don't even have enough right now to buy another truck.
Mm-hmm.
So who sets the rate? Are we setting the rates or the Board of Public Works? Okay.
We've historically, well, in recent times, we've always done it as a joint meeting.
Joint meeting.
The select board is aware. I think in the past, there was some contention with kind of the not as much collaboration, so we've tried to make it a joint process, but at the end of the day, it's a vote by the Board of Public Works.
I like collaboration.
And just a couple of things, I'll also speak on the water and sewer while I'm up here. As you know, that the meeting in December addressed the deficits that were in those accounts. And we're proposing, or the proposal is 7.5% for water, 16% for sewer. It does build in a little bit amount for reserve. Usually, typically, we build in like 1 to 2% for reserve so that we can build those balances back up, especially if we're talking about multi-million-dollar treatment plants that we're looking in the horizon. But I also want to mention that over the few fiscal years, 20 to maybe 2019, 20, 21, 22, there was 0% rate increases. And I know that we've talked about that in the past, that those are actually negative rate increases now. We're trying to catch up because those expenses were still increasing. The 2, 3, 4% every year. There was still inflation in 2019. So that's something that we're trying to look at over long term. But I don't think that going back down on the rates helps. I think that we have to continue that minimal increase every year. 16% is a lot for sewer because we talked about the biohazards that were happening and the transformation, how we're going to transport those materials. But to go back down on the rates, I think you're going to just double up on rates for fiscal 28, and that's only my recommendation.
And we also need to look at it as a whole. We're raising all three of these rates on the same households. Mr. Almy.
Madam Chair, if the Select Board has no more comments or questions on solid waste, I'll entertain a motion to increase the rates, the annual cost of the SMART program.
Well, I think the recommendation here is that the rate should be raised to at least a $30 increase for fiscal 27. I heard Tim mention $32.50.
Yeah.
Nope.
I would recommend that the rate holds off at least till August 1st. There's no immediate necessity that we have to set the rate tonight for the trash. My recommendation, only because we would like to fine tune that, maybe have some meetings with Tim to address that additional increase if there's more than $30. I don't think throwing a number of $30 out there right now is prudent. If we need to maybe increase it, maybe another $5, and come back into the August meeting. And I think Cody might even agree with this. Come back to the August meeting and set that rate in August. The 1 month is really not going to make much of a difference, I think, to get the right number.
Well, the rate last year didn't come out until, what, September?
Bills are usually, Bill, it might have been August.
The bill went out late last year.
Yeah, and probably because of the timing of meetings, you're right. So my recommendation is that we hold off on this until we can have a meeting with Tim to see what that number should be, and then we come back to the board with an increase.
That's fine.
The correct increase.
Thank you, Gary. That certainly makes sense. We don't want to have to do this again, and we don't want to do it another mid-year change.
Chairman, I would make a motion to table the rate, setting the rate for the SMART program.
Our next meeting is the 22nd, which is a week from tomorrow. So if the professional staff can have something for us to look at. We can have a detailed discussion and perhaps be a little more efficient with your time.
This is educational for not only the board, but our townspeople
Right.
to know what's going on. So
I've got a
there was no
motion
waste of time.
to table. The motion's been I will second the motion. All in favor? Yes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we want to talk about water and sewer.
Thank you. So Mr. Carrero and I have been working diligently, actually really over the past year, to examine water and sewer operations, particularly water. As you know, we ran a significant deficit last year in water, and we had to do a mid-year rate increase in water quite significantly at 13%. So something we never want to have to put on our residents. So we've worked to try to project out the costs for fiscal 27 using essentially what we've budgeted. And then you heard me mention those liabilities. So in DOR's infinite wisdom, you would think that surplus revenue was exactly that. You would take all of your revenue, you take all your expenses, you do a subtraction, and that should give you what retained earnings are. That's not how it works. So you have your liabilities that you have to factor in. And so even if we have a year where, let's say we brought in $8 million in water revenue and we spent $7.5 million, we're averaging around $700,000 or $800,000 in liabilities. So we would actually run a deficit that year. So that's something that we have to try to project every year as well. So Gary and I look at that. When we look at water, the good news is in fiscal 26, we were kind of right on the money with the rate increases. And so we will run a surplus this year, and we'll start to build up our retained earnings again this year. Like I said, the liabilities are kind of those biggest question that we'll kind of iron out over the next month or so, and then we'll submit to the Department of Revenue to get our number certified. But the good news is we saw significant revenue increases, not just from the increase in the rate, but also our switch to quarterly billing has really helped us, and everyone's on the same cycle now. So we're sending out those quarterly bills. It's not in different sections, so that helps to capture all of the revenue for the fiscal year. With that, we build in for water about a 2% contingency in the rate that we projected out, and so we're recommending a 7.5% rate increase for fiscal 27 in the water department. This includes about 2% for contingency capital, what you want to call it. Operational costs, we're anticipating about a 5% increase that's needed in the rate to kind of get us there. And when you look at the sheet that we put together with the $148,000 margin, that's not your overall retained earnings. That's in addition. So that's building retained earnings. That's not what retained earnings balance would be. The retained earnings balance would continue to increase. That's just what we were projected to increase by. So I think good news overall on the waterfront. I know 7.5% is not great, but as Mr. Carrero mentioned, we're still making up for the past. The big jump over this year really helped to stabilize us, and these are more of the rates that we want to see going forward. You see the major factor being this continued purchase of water from the city of New Bedford. We do have a number of wells that have been offline, back online. However, we have been in significant droughts, and that means a number of our wells have to come offline as we're in a drought during periods when water usage is at its highest. And so that's something we have to be mindful as well. The rate from New Bedford that they charge us for water was, the increase was lower this year than it has been in the past. However, what we don't want to do is what we've done in the past, which is, could we get by with a 5% rate increase this year? Potentially. But then what happens next year when a cost goes up beyond the typical 2 or 3%? We're having to see those spiked rate increases, and that's really what we're trying to avoid. So that's our recommendation for water. I think this helps to stabilize us. It does not build in these huge. It doesn't build in huge capacity for debt service as we go forward. Some of our debt is dropping off. Mr. Carrero's looked at our debt schedule, and so some of that starts to drop off. So that obviously helps as you bring on new debt because some of it's dropping off. but it helps to stabilize us going forward. But I would say, unfortunately, the days of 3% and 4% increases, at least in the near future, are over. Just the cost of things are, they're astronomical, what we're having to pay, the chemical costs, tank cleaning. We have to get our tanks regularly cleaned and kept up with. A couple $1 million to get a tank painted and cleaned. And so you just see when your retained earnings are down to $200,000 and a couple million is routine maintenance, we have to start to build these reserves up, because we need to be able to cover our routine maintenance through retained earnings, and we should really only be borrowing for those large-scale projects, full replacements, things like that, multi-million-dollar projects that we should be borrowing for. Mr. Carrero may have something to add.
Yeah, I think the key point here is, as we move forward, I think to Nathan's point, is the stability of the rate and forecasting that out. And so that if the rate increase is a 5% or 6% increase each year, we can forecast that, and we can make sure that it's not a 13%, it doesn't go back down to a 2%, and it gives the residents a little bit more comfort level and budgeting. I mean, quite frankly, they know what to expect. And working closely now with the new operations and business manager down there, hopefully we can tie all this in, and so that she's on board with trying to get this moving forward. So we have a plan going forward.
I would really like to see that analysis, like the full analysis of how we're looking towards things like tank cleanings and how we're forecasting that into the future, similar to my discussions with the trash. Like, to me, it's a math problem, right? We know what our assets are. We know what our routine maintenance is. We know when we need to replace a pump. We know all of the parts of our operation that need to be factored into the money that this enterprise fund will have to dish out, right? So it's a math problem, and if we're doing a relatively simple analysis, we should be able to forecast into the future a steady rate that keeps us solvent, not in deficit, and with enough cash to pay for our routine maintenance. So I would love to see that analysis.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it exists already.
Well, with the new operations manager they have down there, I want to be working with her, and that's kind of what the goal would be, to get some stabilization, look at that going forward, and forecast that out multiple years, a 5-year and a 10-year program. But also keep in mind that we're off the heels of opera funding, which we received almost $9 million. To the board's credit, and I think to this board's credit, a lot of that was put to good use for the DPW, for water and sewer. But coming off the heels of that means now we're self-supporting those. We're supporting those now with at least retained earnings, which includes rate increases, and we have to also factor that in. And to your point, we know kind of what we should know what the projects are going forward. How does that work into the rate? Also, how does it work into future borrowings? That's something that needs to be looked at.
And to be honest, I'm happy that we got $9 million worth of money from ARPA. What would we have done if we didn't get that money from ARPA?
We would have had to borrow for projects that they.
Would we have the cash to fund?
We would. The rates would have to increase because of borrowing.
So, again, and I don't like to look backwards to go forward, but to me it seems like we should have continued increasing rates as if we weren't getting ARPA funds, so that we could continue to build the capacity to fund ourselves and not be in a situation where now, in the year of 2026, we have a 13% increase mid-year.
We did increase funds, while we were receiving ARPA funds. When they talked about those 0%, that was all pre-COVID.
Mm-hmm. I guess my point is, I would love to see a scenario where we have, like you said, a steady rate increase that we can predict year after year that keeps us solvent. And I think with a little analysis, we should be able to get that information. I'd love to see it, and I'd be willing to help out with it.
One of the main tasks for this new position down at the DPW is to get a handle on that going forward and projecting out 5 to 10 years, and the useful life of a lot of these facilities and projects and equipment that they have is a key component to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that certainly is going to be the part of the role of the new business manager down at the DPW, but it's also the work of the Board of Public Works to be analyzing that.
Operations.
Yes, Mr. Tattlebaum.
I think I'd like we consider the rates that we're charged from the city of New Bedford it doesn't look like we're going to use less water. We're probably going to use more water. It feels like a runaway train. I think we should consider a new team to visit the city to find out where we actually stand, and if there's any possibility of bulk rates, anything we could do to try to stop that freight train, because they do hold us very much in liability, and maybe there's a way we can do something about it to relieve some of that stress, because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, we're projecting over $3 million.
Right.
FY27.
I mean, where do we spend that kind of money on one account in the entire town? And maybe there's some relief there, but I think it requires a whole different approach to the mayor and to their water department.
Thank you, Mr. Tattlebaum. Mr. O'Neill.
Tim, can I just ask you, these three rates, solid waste, water, and sewer, did we use the consulting company that we've used in the past to try and estimate what the increases should be this year?
No, we did not.
We didn't?
No.
Any idea what we saved by not hiring the consultants and having this done inside?
I'm sorry?
How much did we save by not having a third-party consultant?
I think the annual cost is about $30,000 to $50,000 for a rate study.
We're doing these estimates inside now.
Yes.
I feel a little bit more comfortable having the administration staff and DPW staff do our own estimates going forward.
Yep.
I think last year was a colossal waste of money. Using
We have a great workbook to work from now from that rate study that we can put to use in-house.
Good. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say regarding the New Bedford rate for water, they did propose a mild increase of 2.38%, but the actual rate that they sent us was incorrect. So we've projected the actual increase per the percentage. We've been in contact with the city, and they've actually confirmed that the rate is not going to increase right today, or July 1st, and the next water board meeting is in September for the city of New Bedford to discuss rate increases. That's for the water. So for the sewer side, they had a nominal increase of 2.38%, and that they sent us in March. I just received today an updated increase for the sewer for 11.2%. So.
While we're on the water, can you give us a quick update on any other ancillary connections versus New Bedford? I don't know where that stands.
So currently, we met with the town of Westport. They have a set of plans that were drawn up for the extension of the water main from Fall River, a 12-inch water main to the town line, not going under the culvert, not including any infrastructure to connect. So that was estimated a couple years ago at $5 million. So I would say that'd be probably closer to $6 million now, plus additional infrastructure. We've also I met with Fall River, and the city of Fall River is interested in an agreement with us, and they would discuss a drop rate. So basically, you set a threshold. Once you hit that rate, they drop the rate to something a little lower. The State Rep Markey and Senator Montigny worked on a bond bill of $1 million towards that infrastructure improvement, but we would still need, at least another $6 million. We are continuing to work on our wells in our 579 Westport Road. The 4-log system is complete, so we are pumping the Pinelli wells. We do have a couple, issues since those wells were off for a number of years. One of the well pumps is out right now. We lost a well pump, so they're going to replace that hopefully within the next week. But we are pumping from the Pinelli wells. Our E-wells are actually pumping today from all the rain that we've had over the last week and a half. So that's a good thing. We are pumping from the E-wells. pretty much it for now.
And the damage from the wells was mostly due to lightning strike, correct?
Damage this winter was from the blizzard. It actually broke a telephone pole at the 299 facility, and it surged everything. So actually, our F well's currently off, waiting for a transformer that's scheduled to be delivered in August. Yeah.
I noticed Mr. Gagne had suggested surge protection for certain buildings.
Absolutely.
Where are we on that?
Yeah. So we're working with our electricians on all this infrastructure upgrade, and we're talking with them for surge protection as well for all that new infrastructure that they're installing.
So
Mr. Silva?
if we were to pursue this idea of connecting to Fall River at the tune of $5, maybe $6 million, depending on if a bond bill gets pushed through, that would be something that I imagine we would have to go to debt, debt service, we couldn't fund that with retained earnings.
I think if Westport is interested, we had some discussions with them. It sounds like Fall River is interested. With that, we may be able to look at some regional grant funding to create some, the idea of like a regional water district, you'd call it, and we could get significant grant funding. Particularly, we have a number of affordable units coming in, and the state loves to see affordable housing, support of affordable housing. So our next step, the MassWorks grants open up again in the fall, I believe it is. We would look to pursue another MassWorks grant, see what we could get from funding there, and then maybe work with our legislators to try to get some more funding through the economic development bills, the state budget, so on and so forth. And then last resort would be, we would have to really do a cost-benefit analysis in a payback period of, if what our cost would be, how long would it take us to get our money back? And is that the best place to put it? Or do we, because we're also going to be doing a sourcing study to look at expanding our own sourcing, is the money better spent there? I don't have the answer. These are just things we would need to analyze before we dump, I'd say, millions of dollars into another interconnection.
All right.
And we also need to know exactly what are we going to be charged?
Mm-hmm.
If it's exorbitant, if it's not better than the rate we have with New Bedford, then we don't want to entertain the ultimate expense of doing it.
Yeah, if we can do it for no cost or minimal cost, it's never a bad idea to have more redundancy in the system. And Tim and I have talked about that.
And we
But it
can
all
get
depends,
from both.
Yeah, what the cost would be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I agree with that, and I think the residential rates for New Bedford and Fall River are pretty similar. So it's basically the percentage over that they would charge us.
All right. No good news. What, we haven't finished, though.
No, we're still talking about sewer. So the last thing I'll say about water is, in Gary and I's analysis, the 7.5% is really what we need to bring in additional revenue from the rates. What we didn't do, and what would be more on DPW and the business manager, would be to determine, is there a better structure for us to be charging? Should we be charging commercial, high volume commercial users at a higher rate to help offset that cost? EMI, the facility over there, were they online in May? Was it May we're online?
Yes.
Yeah, so in May, they were online. We saw a huge increase in the amount of water that we needed, and we had to purchase more water from New Bedford as a result. So that's something I think we need to look to in the future, and that may help us offset some of the residential impact, right? Because we're just saying we need a 7.5% increase overall. If we look at structure in the future, and we're charging for a higher rate for those high volume users, that may help to alleviate the average residential user. So that, I just want to make that known. That does not take any new structure or revised structure into account. It's strictly, if you take our existing structure today, we need an additional 7.5% to cover our expenses and build in a little bit of a buffer. Okay.
All right.
Sewer is very similar, and as far as the analysis that we utilized, with sewer, the unfortunate fact is we're looking at a 16% increase being recommended, and the driver behind that is simply the biosolids, which Tim can certainly talk more about. We've talked about it at town meeting, though. You saw it. We talked about when we approved the fiscal 27 budget for the sewer enterprise fund. That was the whole reason that we saw such a large increase. The current contract for the biosolids is up in October, I believe it is. And so we have budgeted an additional $900,000, about $100,000 a month in additional costs that the town will have to incur. And so that is really the biggest driver of the 16% increase. And I will mention the 16%, again, 16% does not build a huge buffer in the future. It does not take into account all those capital costs. It does not take into account the fact that we have a sewer treatment plant that at least we'll need to spend $50 million on the lower side. It does not begin to take those things into account. So, but we're really trying to come up with a solution that we're trying not to throw 25, 30% rate increases on the residents, because I mean, 16% is already much higher than we would ever want to go. This is one of those unfortunate things where the biosolids and Tim and his team are working to try to find alternative solutions. But it's one of those things.
I think it's important that Tim explain a little bit of what happened, that transition, and what we're looking, the biosolids, what we're looking at in October, and the vendors that we're looking at, and so on, just so people understand what we're up against.
So the biosolids is basically the solids or sludge that comes into the sewer is separated from the liquid. And then there are a lot of wastewater treatment facilities who actually haul out the liquid sludge and send it out to being processed elsewhere. And that's very expensive. Our system has been built on a composting process where that sludge is dehydrated and brought to high temperatures and then pressed and created into a cake, and then it's mixed with the brush that we chip and process, and a compost material is made. That's always been considered a grade A compost material, and that material has been sold through a vendor, and we currently make revenue off of that, and we have for many years. And until recently, we thought we'd continue moving in this path, and the state and other states as well are coming up with regulations to ban the composting for land application. So that's what it's used for. It's used for land application after it's treated and composted. So the state of Massachusetts has not currently banned it, but the word is out and a lot of people are concerned, and it's due to PFAS, forever chemicals that are in many manufactured goods, whether it's paper plates to fire suppressants to fire retardant clothing. There's PFAS in food packaging, so it ends up in groundwater, it ends up in solid waste. That's the cycle, right? So without any testing of the biosolids or the compost material, people are refusing to land applicate and apply this because of the impending regulations. So we're looking at alternative. So currently we have that cost estimate, which is to haul the dehydrated biosolids and possibly with some compost wood chips as well. But we're also looking at other alternative ways to get rid of it, whether it's land applied in other states or another process.
But the problem is that in the past we received income for that in the way of what, $1 million a year?
No, it wasn't that much, no. but it wasn't an expense. So it was some small revenue, and we're turning around, and now it's looking at 1.2, could be 1.2 million per year.
That's what it was.
At $100,000.
The expense is actually going to be at $1 million.
Yep.
But, a couple of years ago, we were making money on it.
Yes.
So people understand what you're up against.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a phrase here that can't be said.
Good news here.
Oh, good news here. Oh, we saved money on the consultants. That's good news.
Yeah.
We didn't pay them. Good.
Mr. Gagne is going to come to the mic.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I think you did
make it quite clear there is no good news. I did want to speak on the issue relative to the sewer and the sewer rate. A couple of meetings ago at the Board of Public Works, your town administrator and your finance director met with the board and went over what the capital plan needs are for the wastewater facility improvements. As you know, we've awarded the contract for the comprehensive wastewater management plan. But I think there's a sleeping giant that we've been very concerned about, and the board has talked significantly about it. And we've made comments to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that is how the additional, we have calculated 1,400 total units will be coming on and will be connected to the wastewater treatment plant. We're very concerned about this. We recently commissioned our consultant, Stantec, to do an analysis, and Tim and his team put together all the possibilities of what we could be looking at as the number of new homes, housing units that could be coming online. And we're very concerned. The preliminary numbers show us that we're going to be hitting an 80%. An 80% is a factor that the DEP uses, and it's basically as you have higher frequencies of when you hit 80% of the capacity of the plant, which happens like with some of the rainstorms we saw over the last few weeks. They, in fact, become concerned that your plant can't handle that kind of frequency or volume. We're very concerned that this is going to result in, when that CWMP is done, a very, very high cost. You look at communities and what they have paid for wastewater plant improvements, it's staggering. And you see what the cost is, that is then passed on to the folks who are the users. Our concern is, as a board, that this gets triggered sooner with these additional 1,400 units that have come on. And I, along with my board members, feel that is unfair, because the ratepayers and the people that are tied into the sewer have paid for all the improvements all along. And we now have commercial rental property for profit coming in and taking capacity, what little capacity we have left. At our last meeting, I raised the issue and I asked Tim and his team to go and look at what's happening in the Metro Boston area. Because to me, if you are in a commercial venture and you're getting revenue for the rental of the apartments, then in fact there should be a different rate for that than burdening the households that are strictly, residential purposes. But I cringe, because I've actually was around for all three of the improvements that went to that plant. One of the improvements, the major improvement, which was done when the House of Correction was built, was paid totally by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts by an agreement that Bill Mosier, Roger Tugas, and Biff McLean worked out with Sheriff Bobrowski and the office in Boston, that they would pay for those improvements and the connection there. Original plant, when it was built in '72, that plant was covered almost 90% by the cost of the Clean Water Act under the administration and some of the sewer connections that went with it. We're not going to be in that situation. If you are lucky, you will get on the intended use plan for the state revolving funds for sewer assistance and bonding, but even that is no longer at 0% interest. They will maybe charge you 2%. There will be benefits in that they will give you funding during the construction at no interest, so you won't have to do any short-term borrowing. But we're looking, and I think it's fair that the viewing audience be aware that we've got probably, next to building a new school, one of the biggest costs that are going to come down the line very soon, and it is accelerated by these additional 1,400 units. And I brought this up, and the comprehensive wastewater management plan is going to help, and we're going to prioritize it, is we have also all of the residential units for the 16 different sewer projects that were done since 2000, where people are not tied in. Areas like Lake Nokichoke area, the streets that are around Lake Nokichoke, Reed Road. I've seen some of the preliminary data, and there are probably close to 100 homes that were reached by sewer in the 1970s that are not hooked in. And what concerns me is these people have been paying betterments. All of those projects, every single one of them since 2000 has been funded by a betterment. No town funds, by a betterment that is paid for by the beneficiaries of that sewer passing in front of their house. And some of those betterments were significant, and people have been paying them as part of their tax bill for the last 20 years. I don't want to be around when the 1,400 units take all the capacity and one of those people comes in, or hundreds of them come in and say, hey, you propose extending the sewer to help improve the water at Lake Nokichoke, but now I can't tie in, but I paid my betterment. I really think there's some legal questions here, and I raised this in the Board of Public Works meeting, that we should be asking for a written legal opinion from town council on. What are those people entitled to? There's one particular project right now that's in the Zoning Board of Appeals that's going to go into a closed loop system. And the people that paid for that project in that particular area may lose the capacity to tie in. So I think there's some hard questions here, but I really wanted to make the point that you've got some significant costs. As you heard, your town administrator said, and the superintendent said, these increases are covering the operational costs. The big day is coming where you're going to have to fund the debt service for the capital costs. And I think there should be some equity issues here as to a resident and a commercial entity that makes money off of residential units that get sewer. My comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to
Mr. Silva?
And to that point, again, going back to finding a way to level out our rates, like have we incorporated the inevitable increase, the inevitable replacement of our wastewater treatment plant into the rates that we are charging today? Are we is there anything in that rate that is allowing us to build retained earnings?
Your finance director, your town administrator said the rate today covers the operational cost and that added cost of dealing with the biosolids. You are not factoring in. Your retained earnings are what is the area that you look to take some of your retained earnings, but you're going to have to take on debt service for this kind of improvement. If you've got $100 million worth of improvements, which potentially you could have for that wastewater plant, especially with the new standards of what has to be removed from wastewater, you could be looking at north of $100 million. That's going to be predominantly by debt service, and the rate will have to be set to pay the annual debt payments on that debt service.
Yeah, and understood, like we're not using retained earnings to pay for a wastewater treatment plant, but how do we factor in the inevitable replacement so that we can level out, again, the goal is to level out the rate so that we don't, on the day that we need a wastewater treatment plant, we don't have to go up 55, 60% to cover the debt service.
So what will happen is when you complete the comprehensive wastewater management plan, they will have estimates for you of what it costs to build and improve the plant that you have there. And they will run debt schedules for you, and then you will be able to put together what the fee schedule is going to look like to handle the operational costs and the capital improvement. But you can't do it right now. You don't know what it is.
Ms. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Talleyrand.
I think the Mike talking pure experience, yes, a lot of knowledge you're giving to us. But I think that the report we're going to hear in a little while regarding the housing and population and long-term planning and infrastructure, all points to one thing for us, which is long-range planning and how we do it. And the time has come as we keep going forward, whether it be debt service or whatever it is, we're going to face that. And I think that it's no surprise now that we're facing it. The time has come to put these things, these projects into a marching order, so we can then plan how we're going to pay for it and what the plan's going to be, which I think, which is you're saying, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Alme, did you? I have two more items.
Yeah, if we're done, I'd like to have Tim go to the next item of retirement.
Oh, yes.
Before Tim goes there, I just want to make a short comment. The people who are hired into public service, particularly those who come in with without a lot of experience and stay 30, 40 years, they're the backbone of how these services get delivered. So I just want to make that comment, and all of the guys out there that have been a long time and who plan on staying a long time, bless you. Thank you.
Mr. Barber. This is good news for somebody here tonight.
Yeah.
We do have somebody that's happy.
Especially with the news we just discussed.
Exactly.
So Mark Phaneuf is here tonight with us. Mark has worked for the DPW and Water Pollution Control Division for over 32 years, starting as an assistant treatment plant operator in 1994. Through the years, Mark showed his dedication and hard work, advancing to a treatment plant operator, to the chief treatment plant operator, and in 2024, Mark was promoted to the assistant superintendent in the Water Pollution Control Division. Mark has an abundance of knowledge of the treatment facility and infrastructure, has been very instrumental in keeping the old plant running as well as it has. He works well with all of his staff, and Mark will definitely be missed as he's been a staple at the facility. And we want to wish Mark all the joy, good health, and fulfillment in your retirement.
Just keep his number handy.
Congratulations. And that being said, Mr. Phaneuf, the Select Board would like to recognize you with this citation. Wording verbatim of what Mr. Barber said, so I will not read it, but be it known that the Dartmouth Select Board hereby extends its congratulations and, of course, best wishes for a long, healthy retirement. Congratulations.
It's been an honor and a privilege.
Thank you.
With from the Board of Public Works and the DPW for your excellent service for 32 years and your dedication and hard work.
Well, he's all yours now. Get that honey-do list ready. Oh, even better. Oh, good for you. All right. The next item on our...
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if you don't mind, as I mentioned earlier, because of a slight discrepancy
Nope, we're
between the
skipping
announcement, I'd like to adjourn the Board of Public Works meeting.
Okay.
I second the motion. All in favor? Aye. So our board meeting is adjourned. However, we will stay if there are any questions about the contract with Mr. Hickox.
All right. Thank you. We are going to move some things. I'm looking for individuals because this person is not here.
No, we can do the Hickox contract and the Board of Public Works update, and then do the refuge district.
Okay. So next on our agenda we have professional engineer consultants contract to work down at DPW, and that's Dave Hickox. So Mr. Haddad, if you'd tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the board had previously approved a consulting contract with Mr. Hickox for professional engineering services. The contract expired June 30th. This just extends it for a full year. Previously, I think we did it in December. It was just a 6-month contract. We did not use Mr. Hickox in the past fiscal year. At least we didn't have any billing for him. And so there may be some projects over the next year where Tim needs to utilize him. The team utilizes him. He does a lot of the kind of local work. He's a professional engineer, and it's significantly cheaper, and he's very familiar with our community. So it makes sense to continue forward with this.
All right. Board's pleasure.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nice to hear that we didn't need to use him, so we didn't, this is a only pay if we're used. So folks, this is going to come around and we're going to sign this.
Pay as you need.
Pay as you need, yes. And then our next item, we have a constable appointment.
Do you want to do the update on Public Works members?
Oh, sure. Before we go on to that, while we're still in the Public Works, just an update on the Board of Public Works. Mr. Haddad?
Yes, thank you. So we had opened up the applications for the 2 additional members for the Board of Public Works. We received a number of applicants. I had individually sent those to each select board member and asked for essentially a ranking. And so I have that from each select board member. Mr. Barber and I have had that conversation. And the Board of Public Works will be meeting with a number of those applicants at their next meeting, I believe, or at least a meeting later this month. And then we would hope to have a few of those applicants before the select board for review and your selection at the August 3rd meeting. So we're working through the process. We had a number of applicants. We actually had more than we expected. I think we had 12 or 13 individuals apply, which is great. And so it took a little bit more time. We had to work through them and allow everyone to review. But we're right on the right path, and they should be back before you after they've had a chance to go through the Board of Public Works and get their thoughts and feedback, and have a full 5-member board after your August 3rd meeting.
Thank you. And that will help them and us moving along. All right.
Madam Chair, just a couple,
Yes, dear.
a couple more things with DPW now, since we're all here together. Since I've started following things in town, which is relatively recent, admittedly, there's been a handful of things that just seem to always be on the list of things to do. The comprehensive wastewater treatment plan is one of them. The efficiency study is another one. The latest one is the emergency disposal in the event of a catastrophe. Where are all those at, like process-wise? Like how are we in getting those things? I mean, we're going back a couple years that we've been talking about some of these things, and I'm just wondering how close we are to conclusion on those.
So for the comprehensive wastewater management plan, we sent out an RFQ, so it was a request for qualifications. So based on those qualifications, we reviewed and we chose a consultant. And after that process, we entered into the scope and fee process. So last week they submitted their scope and fee. So now we have our scope and fee. We're reviewing that to move forward towards a notice to proceed.
And what about like the efficiency study?
So
and
the efficiency study.
And I guess my point is, what I would like to see is just sort of picking up the pace to finish these things that have been discussed for years. In at least the efficiency study and the comprehensive wastewater management plan seem like they've been on the list for quite some time. And I would love to see them be done so we can see the results of the efficiency study and the wastewater treatment plan.
The initial phase of the efficiency study was started right after the rate study with a consultant, and then we chose not to move forward with the second phase of that efficiency study and we got proposals from other consultants for that efficiency study. It looks like The cost is around $60,000 for efficiency study from multiple consultants. So during that time, we were working with the town administrator to add a business manager position to the DPW. The business manager started a couple weeks ago, and we're working bringing her up to speed, and we should be looking at coming up with the efficiency study in the near future. The debris management plan, we've been working with the refuse district on a debris management plan, and we worked on it last fall, and when we held off through the winter, and we're looking to move forward with the emergency management and back to moving with the district for continuing that study. And we also have the state also has a debris management plan that we can also adopt, and that's where we are now.
Okay. Next, we're going to appoint a constables, and we have Heather Roy, if Heather is here. Awesome. All right, so Heather, your information is in our packet, and you're new to becoming a local constable because you have since retired from the military.
On the 27th.
All right, good for you. Which branch?
I'm active duty National Guard.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. All right, so this is your first foray into constable services. Right? Okay. I see that you've gone through all your attachments.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
All the paperwork seems to be in order, so I make a motion that we appoint Heather Roy as constable.
Second.
Okay, we have an motion and a second. Any discussion on the board? Ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Good luck.
From here
Bless
to speaking to the chief.
Yes.
Good to you. All right.
Thank you all. Have a
Thank
great
you.
evening.
Our next constable appointment is actually a reappointment of Gordon Burgess. I don't know if Mr. Burgess is here. As I said, this is a reappointment. He's worked for us before.
Seeing that there's no issues, make a motion to reappoint.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor of reappointing Gordon Burgess?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. All right, next we have a stop sign request at Mason and Center Street, and I know Officer Canario is here. Do we also have the folks who
Mr. Barber's
live
also
in that?
here.
Okay, Mr. Barber. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was going to the microphone. All right, Mr. Barber.
So we received a request for a stop sign at the intersection of Mason and Center Street. This was after a motor vehicle accident. So we worked with Dartmouth Traffic Safety to look at the intersection. We looked at the intersection, felt that it has some sight distance issues, some overgrown, as a lot of these intersections years ago didn't have stop signs, and then you look at them now, and with the speeds, a lot of drivers, aren't paying attention 100%. And then we have trees that overgrow and bushes, and it reduces some of the sight distances, and you have accidents. So we were requested to take a look at the intersection, and like I said, Dartmouth Traffic Safety went out and looked at it as well, and we've both recommended that the stop signs be in place on Mason Street, on both sides of Mason Street coming into the Center Street.
Based upon the recommendation from
Right.
the DPW and Officer Canario, make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded.
intersection, but you can't fix stupid.
Nope, we got plenty of that. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting for us. Next, we have a temporary sign permit request from Spirit Halloween. Is there someone here to represent Spirit Halloween?
God, I hope not.
No, this is just an annual thing.
I thought you were standing up.
This is pretty straightforward. In the past, I noticed they didn't go to the board, but they really should go to the board. There was one Scrivener's error in your packet that it was listed as a residential property. It doesn't change the permitting process, and we've updated it in OpenGov. That's just how they applied, but this is straightforward.
I also saw that there was a place where, I have my notes. They asked for it to be July to the end of October on page 66. But then on page 67, it says July to mid-January, which if they then become, as they have in the past, Spirit Christmas, that is what happens. They change. So is it possible that we have Spirit of Halloween / Spirit of Christmas as one request? Or will they come back to change it over?
It could be. I mean,
This is what they do. I mean, as soon as, the week after Halloween, those pods come into the parking lot.
Right.
They pack them, they go, and next week after that, the pods for Christmas show up. I mean, you know.
Which,
it's a gypsy business, and boy, I tell you, they do it perfect. So eventually there's gonna be a big Y, hopefully, and so Spirit Christmas will have to go somewhere else. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the sign, not necessarily the business, the sign for Spirit Halloween, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, excellent. And find out if they come before us again for
Spirit Christmas.
All right, Crapo Hill landfill presentation and update, and they are here. Thank you so much for waiting for us.
They all move in.
I don't think I had a choice.
Good evening. My name's John Beauregard, and I am the chairman of the district. I'm going to turn it over to Anthony in a second, but I just wanted to share that I actually think we do have some good news. I know it's been a lot of tough news tonight, but I think we are the refuse district is a success story. You know, I know most of you know the numbers, but I'll just share them because I do think it's important. But two very quick numbers. 1995 is when the district first opened. The shelf life of the district was estimated to be about 20 years, which would have brought it to 2015. Here we are in 2026, and we still have an extended life of the district. Anthony will, that's a little tease, Anthony will give you the exact numbers, but that's where we are right now. So that's one big number. The other number is the district, and I've said this many, many times, that the district is one of the single best decisions that the town of Dartmouth has ever made. Right now, we are paying, as citizens, we are paying about $25, $26 a ton to get rid of our trash. In the city of Fall River, they are now paying, their contract was $120. Okay, when we have people come to the gate, we're at about $113. So we are talking a significant savings. Anthony, again, teaser alert, has the amount of the savings that we have provided to the town of Dartmouth since 1995, and it's in the millions of dollars. So I know it's getting late, and we don't want to hold up anything. So I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Novelli, the district's executive director, who will walk you through some slides, and then we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Anthony Novelli. Pleasure to be here with you all. I'd also like to introduce Raphael Wexler over here. He's the Assistant Director for the Greater New Bedford Refuse District. Has been a great addition to our team as well. I'll be mindful of everybody's time here. I just have a couple of short slides. Happy to give an update and answer any questions on what's going on. I did want to take a quick moment of appreciation to just recognize Chairperson Beauregard. Michael Gagne is a district committee member. Ed Icapone is the third Dartmouth representative. We have a lot of experience, institutional knowledge, and it is extremely valuable on our board. Mike and Ed were both around when the landfill was built. John's been on this committee for over a dozen years, and I just wanted to appreciate their service for a second there. So the town of Dartmouth delivered, as we've talked about, the SMART program, by the way, I think is a very efficient and good program. I second Mr. McDonald's remarks there, but there was 6,276 tons of municipal solid waste delivered to Crapo Hill landfill last year. That was actually very similar to the previous year, which was on par, which was actually pretty good news. It didn't go up by much. And we also managed 678 tons of other materials at no additional cost. So these are things like street sweepings that come from the Public Works Department and other materials that we're able to beneficially reuse at the landfill. So based on just comparing to a market rate of about $110 a ton, that'd be about a $530,000 savings for just last year alone. We are very aware that this is a valuable asset to the community. We are working to extend the lifespan and be good stewards of that available landfill capacity the best we can, to be good neighbors, and we are planning to extend that as long as possible. And in total, you know, based on just some estimates that I've come up with, it's over $13 million since the landfill has opened in just waste disposal savings. So this is not a glamorous thing, but I could give credit to all the guys working in the landfill, similar to the Public Works Department employees. They do a very good job. It can be a thankless job, but it is an important public service.
And I just want to, one thing, that is actually what the Crapo Hill looks like. Okay, that is not an AI generated, you know, something that is, so people hear the dump, you know, yes, we are actually doing that. And that's way off in the corner, but that is actually what it is. And I think most of you have been up there. It's actually very pretty up there. You can see for miles. So I just want to share that you know, that we are environmentally conscious as well. So
I was going to pass a note to Nate. He's our newest member of the board, that he missed our tour, and he should ask for his own tour because it is very impressive.
It's beautiful.
I would not come in the dead of winter, but to Mr. Silva and to anyone else in the town, we do welcome tours of the landfill. We're happy to talk about what's going on up there. And yes, that front part was the capped area that was open in 1995. That has been fully capped, and in the back we're operating there. So I'm happy to answer questions, but I'll try and be mindful of everyone's time here. When we talk about our available capacity right now in the existing, currently constructed and permitted landfill, there's probably about 4.5 years of capacity. We are currently working to permit an additional landfill cell. It is being reviewed by the Mass DEP right now. We are expecting a decision in the coming weeks to a month where they issue a draft permit decision. There will be an opportunity for public comment after that is issued, and if all goes to plan, we're calling it Landfill Cell 7. It'd be on the western side of the landfill. It will blend right into the hill and be contiguous with the rest of the facility. Should provide at least 7 years of additional landfill capacity and be able to keep extending these benefits to the town. So again, if anyone has questions, comments about the new cell, about the landfill, about what's going on, we are happy to have you for a tour of the landfill and talk about what's going on. I also would like to highlight that we have an excellent resource in our waste reduction and recycling department. Some people in the town may be familiar with Marissa Perez-Dormitzer and Meg Hebert, our 2 full-time staff. They are dedicated to recycling, waste reduction, composting, and reducing waste. If you talk about 2 people that really live the mantra more than just doing it at work, they are outstanding. Excellent resources. I recently talked to Marissa, who works tirelessly on a lot of different grant funding. We work closely with Tim and the Department of Public Works on the recycling and waste reduction programs, and even just in the EP funding for the waste reduction programs, it's been about $650,000 from Mass DEP to the town of Dartmouth since 2012. So always looking for grant opportunities, ways to both reduce waste and save money for our residents. We do host household hazardous waste collection events that the district funds. We like to make residents aware of that. Please do not put hazardous waste in the trash and send it to the landfill. It is very important. These events are free to Dartmouth and New Bedford residents, and the next one is on August 29th.
And before you leave that slide, I just want to give a shout out to Tim Barber, who talked to Dina St. Pierre about the grant program that you offer to towns that you work with, which funded our Library of Things. So
The
thank
Library
you
of
for
Things
that.
has been a great partnership. Dina's been great to work with. Yes, and that's been a great opportunity to reuse things for people to visit the library and check out items and rent them similar to a book instead of buying something
Being
and
things
throwing
out
it
of the
away.
landfill.
So we are always looking for creative opportunities to reduce waste. We're happy to talk with anyone that has any ideas and wants to talk about waste reduction and recycling. A big push is always on food waste and composting. We know that organic waste represents a significant portion of the waste stream, and it's something that we do have an opportunity to manage better. The food waste drop-off program at the Dartmouth transfer station has been very successful. It's continuing to grow. We appreciate everybody that is participating in that and separating their food waste and not sending it to the landfill. And we are sending that to a composting facility through a partnership with Black Earth Compost. And there are various other programs and opportunities to reduce food waste, and we tried to educate on all these different ways. We sell backyard compost bins at homes. We've been offering workshops for residents, and so we are happy to speak with anyone that wants to talk about composting food waste.
I am a Black Earth customer, and really I went into it after I toured the water treatment plant and heard about what happens to the products that we might be putting down, our garbage disposals, and how that not only hurts the pipes but prevents our systems from moving along nicely as it needs to. And so I am a Black Earth customer, and my stuff is picked up every 2 weeks. And I am shocked by how much food waste, because I'm dumping it into my barrel, that my family has. And it's being kept out of the landfill, and it's being kept out of my pipes because I'm putting it into my little Black Earth bucket.
Well, we appreciate you participating, and anyone that's interested in reducing the amount of orange bags you go through, food waste reduction is a great way to do so, and we're happy to talk and provide resources and try to help with that. So.
I bring mine to the landfill, and I learned early on that there's a technique you better be careful of because it can get messy if you're not careful. I learned the hard way, but now it works out fine.
We do also have, it's not composted through food waste, but we do leaf and yard waste composting. We make compost available for free at the landfill if any residents are interested in picking up some compost. It is run through, we do this at our facility. It's leaf and yard waste. We do screen it, but it is available for free if anyone's interested in coming up to the landfill. In addition to that, I just will touch on, so with Cell 7, we're expecting at least another 12 years of capacity, but we are actively looking past that. We know that is not a very long period of time in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately, there is not a lot of waste disposal capacity anywhere around here. I'm sure Tim's been looking at this with other things. In most of Massachusetts, I think it's over 50% of the waste in the state is leaving the state at this point and going to disposal facilities in other states. So, again, another reason that we have a good asset here that we should be mindful of preserving, but we are starting to try and plan for the days when Crapo Hill does eventually reach capacity and we have to manage waste a little bit differently. So.
Mr.
You've talked about in the past that balance between taking in a certain amount of commercial trash because you need the revenue versus not taking up space. How's that work out? Does it change much, or is it still?
We have continued every year to reduce the non-member waste. The $25 a ton that we're charging to the town is not the full cost of operating the landfill by any means. We are looking at other ways to try and generate revenue, but I think I'm expecting fiscal 27 will be the lowest amount of total waste we've accepted, at least since I've been here or since I've been able to find. So we are reducing that as much as we can. We're trying to do more with less, as much as we can. And the committee's been very committed to that, trying to maintain a very low assessment, but also preserving the capacity for the long term. Because as it is $25 a ton right now, by the time this is closed, the waste disposal rates are easily going to be over $150, probably closer to $200 a ton that you're going to end up paying. So. To send it quite far away, and so people are aware it's going. Waste is going all the way to Ohio, Alabama. It's traveling across the country before it's reaching a final destination. So there's quite the systems in place to actually dispose of solid waste.
I have a question.
Mr. Silva.
So Cell 7, what's the likelihood of that getting permitted and allowed? Like, is it like a 100% or 50%, or is there a risk that it might not happen?
We've gone through technical comments with Mass DEP. They haven't identified any significant issues. You know, we're doing everything according to, you know, the regulations of how to build a new landfill cell. I wouldn't say 100%, but I'm pretty confident that it will go through.
And is there any potential for a cell 8, or is cell 7 the end of the road?
Great question. There is additional space within the Crapo Hill landfill's site assigned footprint without leaving the site assignment. As soon as we get cell 7 up and running, we will be looking into if we can do that. There's additional capacity in our site assigned area. There's additional capacity in what the landfill's permitted footprint was when it was first constructed. It becomes more of a constraint of site configuration, some wetlands on site, and how we can actually build that site. So there is a potential for something beyond cell 7, and we will be visiting that once we get through the permitting process of cell 7.
I think what goes through my head is just, I mean, you've heard me beating a dead horse at this point, but being able to forecast at some point in time, the Crapo Hill landfill will go away. We will not have that option. And how long in advance do we, as a town, need to start planning for that inevitability, right? It will happen one day. And how far in advance, how many years in advance should we start increasing our rates a little bit so that we are building capacity so we can taper off that effect? Because to go from $25 a ton to $250 a ton in 15 years is going to be a shock at that moment in time. And I'd rather have that spread out over many years than all hit at the same time. You know what I mean? So I guess just keep us posted on, you know, right now it seems like 7 is a possibility, which would get us another 15 years. I don't think we need to start planning today for something 15 years down the line, but just something as a community we need to keep an eye on.
We have started, you know, we're already looking at this. We're looking ahead. I give credit to our committee. It is a balance, you know, trying to keep that $25 a ton, but also not wanting that sticker shock at the end. You know, there's a balancing act there. But these are things we are actively looking at already, and we'll be looking to extend that landfill capacity as long as we can. So,
sounds good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Do you guys like talking about trash? I can be here all night.
As you said, this is good news. So,
like it, Ben.
I think that was the last slide. Was there anything else?
Yeah.
That was it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. John?
I just want to say another category of even more good news. We are looking at, we're not ready to bring this to the board yet, but we're looking at some very significant projects, programs that could be a huge differential for the refuse district. Okay. The good news, that's one piece of good news or potential good news. I think the other thing somebody mentioned about working with New Bedford, and we are actually meeting with New Bedford on a very regular basis. Tim's in those meetings, the team is in the meeting, along with representatives from the city. The city makes up 85% of the refuse district, so we can't do anything without them. You know, we're the annoying little stepbrother over here, but they are actively at the table. They're engaged in what we are looking to do. They're interested in it, and if it works, it could potentially be a game changer for years to come. So,
you mean, John, like improving their recycling style?
That's a small. That's a part of it, but this is a.
Okay.
Yeah. Whole other.
They can't do a whole lot about how they collect recycling.
They're in a very difficult position, I will say. From their side, it's a tough call for them. But we're looking at other methods and.
I think it's wholly unfair, Madam Chair, that he come here and give us.
It's a tease for the next meeting.
I know, and now we're guessing. What could it possibly be?
We'll see.
Within legal limits. We have some other ideas.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
This was all good news and good. You know, we'll hear from you as you progress with the Cell 7. Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for waiting for us. All right, and next on the hit parade, we have the Housing Production Plan presentation.
Okay.
All right, time to wake up. It's your turn. Welcome. Hello. All right,
Marathon.
she's ready to go.
Here. I'm awake.
And she's got good news for us,
I
too.
have great news.
All right.
I have a tiny laptop that's going to fit awkwardly, and I'm a tiny person, so we're going to make this work. Good evening, folks. All righty. I do have good news, I think. My name is Taylor Perez. I'm the Director of Housing and Research at SERPED, your regional planning agency. I've had the pleasure of working with you folks now for it's probably been 2 years total, but I think the planning process was about 1.5 years on the housing production plan, which was completed early this year, good news, and was adopted by the planning board, good news, and was pre-approved by the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, great news. So ultimately, what I am here to do tonight for you folks, and again, just as the district just said prior, I don't want to take up too much time if it's not necessary, but happy to answer questions, is to essentially talk you folks through local adoption, what that means. I'm happy to give an overview of the plan if you feel that is beneficial, and just, get this in its lifespan, get its lifespan started. So ultimately, what happened over the past 1.5 years is we formed a stakeholder committee of which Mr. O'Neill was a part of and very helpful. Thank you so much for your participation. So we had 7 folks on that committee that we met with, I believe, 5 or 6 times over the course of 1.5 years. We conducted a public outreach survey, which received 411 responses, which is within that lovely 95% confidence interval that we want to see for surveys. So again, great news. We held 2 tabling events at the Council on Aging and the Dartmouth Little League last summer. And ultimately, we produced 4 goals and 8 strategies for you folks to, pursue at your own leisure over the next 5 years. And so those goals, I'll read them really quick. Support infrastructure upgrades and expansions to enable housing development, which seems, topical considering the conversations tonight. Implement zoning changes that enable the creation of new affordable and missing middle housing choices. Create new and expand existing programs to support production, preservation, and overall housing stock stability. And Goal D, which appears in every housing production plan that we write, continue to produce SHI-eligible units to achieve the Commonwealth's required amount and support communities in need, which I believe you folks probably, if not have already achieved, will be achieving very soon. And so 8 strategies complement that, exploring opportunities to upgrade and expand key infrastructure across town, clearly, again, very topical. Establish a mixed-use overlay district to provide for additional housing opportunities. Evaluate the Zone 3 aquifer requirements for potential reforms. Pursue funding opportunities and programming to bolster the Community Preservation Committee and Housing Trust existing resources. Create a Chapter 40Y starter home zoning district. Review the town's existing zoning to establish an inclusionary housing component for age-restricted units. Prepare to negotiate expiring use deed restrictions into perpetuity. And lastly, again, something that appears in every housing production plan, and given that you folks are approaching 10%, really probably won't have to do, collaborate with proactive housing developers and the state to create SHI-eligible units on town and state-owned land. And so, again, why I'm here tonight really is to answer any good questions you folks might have about the plan, but essentially for a housing production plan, to enable the 5-year lifespan and officially have it state approved, it must be locally adopted by both the planning and the select boards. And so, again, like I said, the planning board and I worked closely to incorporate their edits. We went through pre-approval with the OHLC to ensure that they did not have any edits for us, and now, ultimately, we are here tonight to look for your adoption. And I know Dan was here earlier, but I think he had to run to a 7 meeting. But he was, worked very closely with me in this process, and I appreciate his contributions. So, ultimately, just here to answer questions and again give good news, hopefully.
Well, I'm going to put Chris on the spot. Chris O'Neill was our representative.
You on the spot.
You were great. You were great. It's totally fine.
And I do remember myself filling out this survey. And at the time when we were filling out this survey, the 40B projects that have come sort of in the pipeline were sort of unknowns. And so that's changed somewhat of what we're looking at. At the time, I'm not even sure that 40Y had been adopted.
I think it was It was statutory, but there were no regulations at the time. So the regulations were finalized this year. So now it's actually something you could do. Yeah, it's real. As a plug, I guess, we, SERPED, for our regional community one-stop for growth application, submitted to work on producing starter home zoning, which would include 40Y. So I've been in, conversations with Dan that if we do get that, when we find out in the fall, we would love to help you folks out with that, if at that time it's still something you're interested in doing. But it is a thing now.
It is a thing.
It is a thing.
Mr. Brooks?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Tattelbaum.
You got somebody else?
No, I was waiting for Chris. That's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tattelbaum.
You okay, Chris?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, so what I think I'm hearing from this report, our population is dropping and will continue.
According
our
to
school
UMass
population
Donahue.
is dropping pretty dramatically and will continue. Although he did say there's a chance because of Route 6, the population may spike, but probably not.
Right.
Okay. And we have infrastructure issues that are gigantic, which you heard all night long.
Right.
And you were right on target with all the stuff that's facing us. So, and then you're recommending, highly recommending, it seems, certain things that we can do to make living here more affordable for certain groups, especially
Right.
young families and seniors. And you seem to indicate in the survey, it said that most people want to do something like that.
Right.
There's great support in town. Was
Right.
that?
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase. That's a question.
Yeah, of course.
Is there great support in town to do these kinds of recommendations, which would be cluster houses or whatever? And could you characterize that as to where people you think they stand on terms of what we should do?
Sure. So I wish I had this on the screen. I'm sorry, I don't. I have a presentation that we gave to the stakeholder committee. It was our third presentation, I think, or at least it was the one where we had finalized the survey results. And so what we like to do on those surveys is not only do we try and gauge, are you concerned about affordability? What types of housing do you think are missing? Which, of course, senior usually comes up. Small units, like you mentioned, come up a lot and did here. And then we try and ask, okay, given these, concerns, what would you be interested in doing in town? So right here I have in front of me the responses from the survey once it was completed about small houses. So again, thinking starter homes, cape-ish bungalow cottage. And so most of these have very high approval rates. The way we structure it is you go from either strongly approve, neutral, disapprove, strongly disapprove, and then not sure. And so for cottage, cape-ish, and bungalow, which again are all, if you can imagine, just very small, 1 to 1.5 story, small lot homes, we're seeing approval rates for strongly approve and approve over 60% easily, almost 80 in the instance of cottages.
And we can't do that now because of zoning restrictions?
Right.
Or just there's no market for it?
It's more so zoning, and it usually is the case in many of our communities where, the lot size that is the minimum, and again, I think you folks have a much more diverse zoning code than some of our other communities. But typically, if you're looking, for example, I think of my house, which was a true starter home, is a 5,000 square foot lot. It's, 1,100 square feet in size, 1 story. So trying to think about homes of that nature and where you can enable them. And so getting into some of the perceptions around senior housing and cottage cluster, I have that here in front of me. Again, we kind of see, I think because of the idea of clustered housing and, many units in one space, we see a shift downwards, but we're still looking at between 40 to 50% in that strongly approved to approved category. So if we're talking about a town meeting vote where you're looking at a simple majority, it could have legs to stand on. And that's the same for senior housing as well, which I'm coming down to, where again cottages in particular are very strongly supported. I'm looking at about probably 70-ish% strongly approved to approve.
But there is this strong sentiment that also says it's a small town, leave it alone, why do we need more people?
Of course, right.
And that's the danger that if it ever came to a vote like that, in your view?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is not unique to Dartmouth. It's in any community. As someone who's done a lot of housing production plans now in my time at SERPED, I have seen a myriad of responses on these surveys, which are all structured very similarly in nature. Again, are you concerned about affordability? And then what would you support in town? This one made me feel really good. So again, more good news. I think there was a lot of support for some of these interventions, and again, in a 411 responses, which might not sound like a lot when you say it out loud, but it was our most responded to housing production plan survey to date. So I would like to believe that there is support. And you always run the risk with any sort of major or even minor change, and especially with zoning, that, there will be, a vocal group who is opposed to it, that, who's to say. But having something like a housing production plan and having done the work, and again, having folks who might be like, oh, I took that survey, I remember having this engagement, I remember hearing about this, sometimes can help, again, build momentum. But ultimately, yeah, there's always a risk associated with it.
Based on these results, there could be some strong sentiment to support these kinds of...
I think so.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms.
of
Brooks.
course.
So that being said, though, as I said, prior to these 3 40B projects, to me, it sounds like we're getting a lot of units coming online.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's always ultimately up to the town about what they want to pursue first, if at all, in their plan. Again, I think the reason we put the very first strategy as that infrastructure upgrades is because it came up time and time again throughout the process. And clearly, again, as we were discussing earlier tonight, is still coming up and will be a major issue. And so, we've worked with communities who have either been right at 10% or are either going to be over 10% by the completion of the plan, which again, you folks might be in that category very soon, if not already. What's nice about doing the proactive planning and having, an approved housing production plan and having that kind of ability to pick and choose what you want to do, since you are over 10% and now you're, in control of, what you want to permit or not, is that you can pick and choose what makes sense. And if even zoning changes feel like we're not trying to, we're getting too far in enabling new production that we might not be ready for, we've queued up, exploring infrastructure. And what's great about that is when, as Mr. Haddad referred to earlier, when you go to apply for a MassWorks in the future, you can say, hey, that was the highest priority strategy in our housing production plan. Or, you go to apply a Housing Works and you say the same thing. So again, we try to keep it across a breadth of strategies and mechanisms that don't just focus on production, but that also focus on, again, things that enable production or support the stability, again, of existing units already online.
Okay, so for the viewing public at home, I want to make it clear that having a housing plan would not preclude the folks that came forth to put up 40B housing.
I'm going to rephrase it so I make sure I understood it correctly. If you have a housing plan, kind of in that sense that folks can still come to you and propose 40Bs, yes.
Right, until we meet our threshold.
Right, and so really...
Then there is more, then we have regained some level of power.
Right,
but I want people, because there are certainly people in our town with great angst about why are we letting this happen?
Of course.
And it is a bit out of our control.
Right, 100%. The only regulatory teeth that enable a similar outcome as to reaching 10% with a housing production plan is that if you were well under 10%, but you had a state-approved housing production plan and you were producing units at the rate of 0.5 to 1% of your required threshold, you could seek a safe harbor through certification. Again, that's only up to 2 years, and you won't need to do that here, clearly, because you are going to approach 10%, but that's for communities who, unlike Dartmouth, who are much lower at their thresholds. That's the real benefit, I think, that they see in having a plan like this. But, of course, we always advocate for it because it is proactive in nature and it does do a lot more than just that. But that is the big, again, kind of regulatory teeth.
I also thought that it was interesting, and I'll get to you, the information that you have. I got to find the page so people, where it talks about the median income for Dartmouth.
Right.
Which I think might be interesting for some people, that our median household is $98,662.
State average.
No, that's the town.
No, that is the state average.
It's very close. Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of people that say that's not me.
Right.
And when we're looking at even the 40B that has been proposed and the People are concerned that they're not fully subsidized apartments. They're
Right.
not,
Right.
what is it, Section 8 apartments that are subsidized through the government. These are market rate apartments, which could be around $3,000 per unit,
Right.
which is not cheap.
No. Yeah, I mean,
We talk about a housing production plan. There are still people that say, I want to live in Dartmouth.
Yeah.
I want to buy a house. I can't afford that rent.
Right. Right. And
And I certainly can't afford that rent if I eventually want to buy a house.
Right, right. We hear this with every plan, and I always wish I had a better answer since they are, income limits are federally set as well as rents. But it comes up nearly every time I come to a community, whether we're in the middle of the plan or finalizing the plan, is these rents are affordable. And it's like, legally speaking, yes. And to your point again, so that's only 25% of those units are affordable. And so what we try to do, and what I hope we've done here, and that you folks can take and move forward with in the next 5 years, is find other ways to produce some of those deeper levels of affordability. More often than not, that is either working with like a community development corporation, or it's working again with your community preservation committee and trying to do things that can fund the acquisition and future subsidizing of, again, these units that are more deeply affordable. But to circle back to your original point, I wish I had a better answer for it. I completely agree with you. And I'm looking at the figure on page 43, which is talking about how many folks in Dartmouth are actually eligible for subsidized units. And for renters, that's 60-70%. So it's always one of those situations where the need is there, it's very clear, and how do you kind of approach that? And that can be, again, through things like having your inclusionary zoning component, which I know is big with the stakeholder committee, enabling better programming, or more, structured programming like buy downs or homeowners assistance, all of those types of things that, again, are more programmatic in nature and can help make at least the access and the opportunity to get an affordable housing situation, whether that's market rate or subsidized, accessible.
Separate from the 40Bs,
yes,
the houses that I've seen being built in Dartmouth by contractors, developers, who are not building necessarily specific homes, but spec houses to sell, are certainly not building what we would consider affordable or as starter homes in the size that you're discussing.
Right.
These are closer to 4,000 or 5,000 foot homes.
Right. I have the dimensional standards here, and I know in the mixed use, in Bliss Corner, we're seeing 5,000. Then I believe VB is Village Business. Correct me if I'm wrong, but everywhere else, again, 10 to 15, 20,000, one for 6,000, minimum lot size again. And that's not just enabling a minimum lot size that's small. It's not enough. I live in a community where that is the standard minimum lot size. And I'm still seeing homes that are, 2,000 square feet or more, or 2.5 stories, because the zoning allows it. And builders will build to the maximum that they can because they're trying to maximize their profit, to your point. So, it's not lost on me that zoning is not the only way to do this, but it is oftentimes, I think, one of the first things we try and think about as to, is this enabling the outcome we want, or is it enabling, that kind of much larger, large lot, big setback, large lawn development that can often have a lot of mixed externalities, good and bad, right?
I'm going to let someone else speak. Mr. Silva, you had a question or
Yeah, I
comment?
think in reading through the plan, my biggest concern was around strategy 7. It's forecasting that 328 units will fall off of our affordable housing list over the course of the next 15 years, with at least 4 dropping off this year, and then the first significant chunk in about 6 years. To me, it's listed as a medium priority on our. To me, that should be a pretty high priority, because our infrastructure can already handle these 328 units that are factored in, and if we lose those off of our affordable housing components, where does that put us on the 10%, right? We're going to be above 10% if all these 40Bs go forward.
You don't want to lose.
We don't want to drop back
step
down.
backwards, of course.
Because one of these 40Bs is going to be about 300 units, right? So we're essentially losing over the course of the next 15 years one of these 40Bs. So I guess that's what's most concerning to me in this whole thing is, to me that should be higher up on our priority list of things to do. And then I guess, and I don't know who could do this, like I would be interested in a study of that showing, forecasting our affordable housing into the future, forecasting when houses will drop off of our list,
right? And
then forecasting estimated future normal growth, so to speak,
right,
with our 40Bs that are currently permitted or potentially permitted.
Right.
Like I would want to keep a close eye on if we're going to be above 10%. At what point in time do we drop below 10% again? Because it'll happen eventually, I'd imagine.
Right. I'm trying to pull up your SHI inventory.
So one of the things that makes it a little crazy is we can't count those units until we have occupancy permits.
So we can count, well, you can, but only for a certain period of time. So for instance, we're in the process of applying for Hawthorne, so those count immediately. So once the comprehensive permit is approved, we can apply, we get credit, and then you get so long for them to pull basically building permits. So there's a process, and you get so long for kind of each part of the process. And then if it sits for too long, you don't get credit until there's occupancy permits. So for instance, on Route 6, the Preserve, we were getting credit for them. They didn't move on it at all, so we lost all that credit. Now we don't get credit until the occupancy permits come up. So, but we try to stay on top of it. One of the things that's also changed in state regulations is now these are in perpetuity. That wasn't the case before, which is why you see them fall off, but you'll see them all going forward. They're all in perpetuity.
Right.
So we won't see that issue with most of the ones permitted in recent years, and you certainly won't see it going forward because it's forever that there's basically a deed restriction. So it's really just those kind of older ones that were permitted under different regulations.
So these 328 are the only ones that could potentially fall off if we do nothing?
That is what I see right here.
I believe so, yeah.
Everything else, as of January 2025, when we received this SHI inventory, is in perpetuity. And to Mr. Haddad's point, that is the standard now. The only reason going forward, if you did want to do any sort of projecting, is to account for full market rate housing change, where you're seeing an increase in, when you're doing your SHI calculation, you have your numerator of your affordable and then your denominator of everything that's year-round market rate. If that is going up, but this is not, or it's stagnant, that's often where communities might go from 11% to 9.8%, by the 2030 census. So that's what you'd want to be looking at going forward.
Now, is that something that we would do, or is this Serpent help, like forecast? Do that exact analysis, like forecasting potential future growth of residential units into the future to find out when we might be at risk of dropping below 10% again. I would be really interested to see that. Like, is it 10 years from now, or is it 25 years from now, or is it in 5 years? I don't know.
There's a cycle. When we do our master plan, there's a cycle. There's a cycle to the housing production plan.
Right. And so you won't have to worry about your number, your denominator being recalculated until the 2030 census. So they'll refresh that every 10 years. And even then, you do the 2030 census, but I think this last census, there was 2 years or so before numbers were officially updated. You might see something like that similar again in the future, but of course, no guarantees. I would guess that probably around, halfway through the lifespan of this plan, 2029, if there are Census American Community Survey estimates, for example, for 2028 that are starting to project your unit count, you could start to look at that. But I mean, again, it depends on how closely you're tracking market rate permits as well, and how closely that's being reported and how accurate the survey is. So there are things you can do, but what we try and encourage communities who either are within Safe Harbor because they have a certified housing production plan or because they're over 10%, is to still look proactively at potential whether it's 40B or other housing production that is SHI eligible for that very reason of just, maintaining things and, into the future so that when 2030 rolls around, you're not slipping back down. And even then, just based on my intuition from working with you folks and from the data that I've seen in the plan and worked on for so long, I can't imagine right now, in this moment, that when that comes around, you would drop substantially, unless, again, for some reason, you guys were just permitting market rate housing left and right and sideways, and at large scales.
But isn't part of that plan aggressively looking at zoning and planning where these affordable projects could go to our advantage, as opposed to waiting for a contractor to say we want to put it over here?
Right. I mean, that's the intent, right? Is that you are thinking, okay, if we want to, again, be proactive in the future, ensure that we're not only above 10%, but well above 10%, where's the best place to do it? And then, okay, great, while we're tackling subsidized, market rate does still matter. We know this because there is a large group of folks who, as much as we just said, do qualify for subsidized affordable housing, don't qualify. So how do we create new options for them? So it's like a two-pronged, multi-pronged, really, approach, for sure.
Question. Are there examples around the state of these cluster housing zoning that have been really successful and work?
Certainly. I'm trying to think of some off the top of my head in our region, but I know there are. One that I'm thinking of that I think actually was, a true adult retirement style community that is cluster housing, attached cottage cluster, is in Norton, Red Mill Village. It's right behind the... there is a 40B in the front that's right on 123, I believe, and then behind it is an adult retirement community.
These are affordable but small homes on.
I think
they're market.
They're market rate, but
they're small and a small piece of land because they rezoned it.
Right. It's the density is much higher than you would see in any sort of conventional subdivision design or whatnot. That's the one that comes to my mind that we always use, but. You could look at open space residential design and call that cottage cluster. I think, it just depends, I think, on what you're defining it as and what types of precedents you're looking for. I believe the example we used in the plan was pretty far out of our region, but it was a really nice one. Here it is here. It was Concord, yeah. Riverwalk Pocket neighborhood in Concord. That was really nice. So they're out there.
Tim Barber, do we have a group of cluster homes being built off of Fisher Road?
We have a clustered that subdivision that was rezoned as part of Lincoln Park subdivision.
The 40R?
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about another one.
Behind the 40R, not as part of the 40R. So it was zoned as a single resident C cluster zoning for the single family residents.
So in the Reed Road area. I thought there was something off of Fisher Road.
Fisher
That's
Road's
okay.
just a 5-unit, a 5.
5-unit. I thought that was a.
The newer one. You're talking
The
just
newer
started.
one.
Private single.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a regular subdivision.
I guess the 40R has left a bad taste in my mouth because they walked away from it and didn't finish it, and the potential was there.
Right.
So, and we have no teeth to make them finish it.
Right. Right.
So far.
I mean, I know it was, and I'll let you say your piece, but I know it was discussed at length during the stakeholder committee meetings, and I think it does appear here in the mixed use section about, or it might be, again, forgive me for forgetting if it's a standalone. I don't think it is. It's not. But to revise.
There were market conditions involved with on the commercial side too that presented a problem for the developers, and you can amend the 40Rs. It's not unprecedented to do that. If the infrastructure's there, if it can handle it, if it goes toward our SHI, then maybe it makes sense. So there's some conversations being had about that. There's going to be some infrastructure issues that we're going to have to deal with, I'm sure, even after just finishing probably one or two over there. But I guess the overall point of having the plan is when opportunities like that come up, that you have to have people kind of on the same page.
Right.
And looking for opportunities when they arise.
Right.
So you're not presented with, the 40B that comes in and strips you of your ability to make decisions for your own town. It's funny, talking to Housing Secretary Augustus.
Former.
Yeah. So it was going back a ways at UMass, at a function at UMass. He said to me, "So what do you need?" I said, "What do we need? We need infrastructure. You gotta come down and help us with our plan." "Oh, everybody needs that." And then I saw Congressman Keating, and he said, "What do you need?" And I said, "We need infrastructure. We need millions and millions of dollars." "Oh, geez, get in line on that."
Yeah.
Well,
Stop asking the question then.
I don't know.
I'm in line.
It's the good thing is, I guess some people think it's a good thing that we're basically running out of space in Dartmouth. Can you make some changes on zoning to tuck in here and there? Yeah, you could, but we really have to be cognizant of the infrastructure that we have and the capacity that we have in all of our systems. And you have to balance that with the rights of property owners, private property owners. They have, lawful right to do what they can do with their particular lot of land. But we have to be ahead of the curve. We can't be behind the curve as far as infrastructure goes because, we're running into it now.
Right.
It's slow, smart growth.
Yeah.
The plan is supposed to basically temper things and allow us the opportunity to make decisions for our own town and be cognizant of the issues before they become big problems.
Right.
But, it's easier said than done.
Right. Not a silver bullet, but,
It's not silver bullet. None of this is silver bullet. People say, well, they want a plan to, put a house on every street corner. But, you have to do these. You have to be cognizant of the issues that you have. You have to look at them every once in a while to make sure that you're aware of the issues and you're moving in the right direction. Slow and smart has always been the best way to go because you need a certain amount of growth in any town and municipality in order to pay your bills.
Right.
But none of this gets really into road structure. And the capacity on our roads.
Right, a whole different conversation.
It's a huge problem for this town.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is a mixed bag for me personally. It's something that has to be done. It brings in all different aspects of housing and different types of housing and where to put them. I mean, we tried to focus on the areas in town that could sustain because of the infrastructure that we have right now.
Right.
And mixed use is, we've got it in here, but I'm being told now that forget it. Mixed use is not going to work. You can't put the townhouses over retail because there isn't enough support on the small retail businesses. So I don't know if that's right or wrong, but I'm hearing that from professionals.
Mixed use is tough, and I'm a big advocate for it from, particularly the urban design and placemaking perspective. It makes, so many communities are very excited about having a walkable downtown, a traditional New England style downtown, which is, historically mixed use, small commercial shop fronts. But I do agree that the market, again, from my, I'm not an economic development person by any means, that's my colleagues, but you can see it across the board, right, where there are vacant storefronts in existing well-established downtowns. So any sort of mixed use would have to be probably pretty strategic and well thought before it was implemented. And again, do I think that it nullifies the choice to do it at all? I don't think so. But again, I think it does need to be done with thought. And I agree with that.
Yes, Mr. Tattelbaum.
It's like, okay, we have a reduction in students, so therefore we should not replace the schools. Well, they're going to fall apart if we don't do it. Or we shouldn't fix the roads because we just won't bring many people in. Well, we have to drive on the roads too, no matter what. To me, it's about building the case of planning, and that here's what we need, here are the facts, and convincing people, the majority, to say we do want to expand and put these cluster homes or change zoning or whatever it is, because it's a smart way to grow. And Chris said it right, slow, smart growth with a plan, effectively replacing our infrastructure, but not only because we need to replace it, but we need it for some growth as well. And I think it's a case that we can tell,
Right.
and we can sell, but it's all factual. It's not based on rumor.
Right.
That's how I see it. But
Right.
I don't know if it's naive or not, but it.
Right.
So, tonight you need us to adopt the housing plan
Yes.
so that we can move to the next step in the process.
It would be the final step. Ultimately, after you folks adopt it, you just furnish a letter to EOHLC stating that it has been adopted by both boards at a vote of X to Y on the corresponding dates. And then there's a little bit of downtime between submitting that and then hearing back, but ultimately that approval process goes through, and then the lifespan of your housing production plan begins for 5 years. And again, you folks are well situated since you're rapidly approaching 10%, but there's never any harm in having it. And again, it will be a really nice reference on future grant applications in particular. So, and again, hopefully it helps drive future community engagement and planning efforts going forward. So yes.
Well, I'm focusing on the number one goal, which is supporting infrastructure upgrades and expansion to enable
Understandably
housing
so.
development.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's with this,
That's for sure.
no matter what, whether we build anything else, we have to address these needs.
Right. I have a tangent before you vote and before I take my leave, which is that as I was listening tonight, particularly about the comprehensive wastewater management plan that you folks will be working on, our environmental planning department, in collaboration with us in comprehensive planning, have regional funding for 319 and 604B for watershed planning. We are trying to plug with communities in the Buzzards Bay watershed that if they are updating their comprehensive wastewater management plan and would like to ensure that it becomes a 9-element watershed-based study, which will open up funding opportunities for implementation through 319, to please let us know and coordinate.
Say more.
My colleague, Michelle, I was frantically messaging her, and thankfully she's doing a bunch of invoicing tonight, so it was like, she's online, it's great. But she was like, this is a great plug, and I would love to connect with you folks. And so, Tim, I'm happy to give you her contact, and we should talk about that. But wanted to put that out there because I thought that was a good,
that is.
good connection.
Thank you.
Of course.
More good news.
See?
That's right.
We'll take it.
Ended on a high note, right? But that is all I have for you folks. So.
All right. Well, thank you.
Of course.
What's the board's pleasure on this?
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Thank
Excellent.
you very much. We'll
Of
get
course.
that letter.
Of course. Thank
To
you,
your
folks.
list of things to
Have a
do,
good
Cody.
night. Good luck with the next half, right?
Yeah, thank you. All right, next. The next item on your list, we're holding for August. And so we're on K, which is the Human Resources Consultant Contract. That's with Susanna Cunningham, and that's in your packet. And we're going to be working with her to offer her no more than 20 hours a week so she can get us through this spell where we don't have anyone. And then it includes, as you see, commencing July 13th and ending on September 15th. That will give her a couple of weeks to work transition with our new HR person.
And this is just one if the board approves for me to sign.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion made to approve that Cody enter into this contract.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have a bit of a sad one because we have a beautiful, well-written letter
Oh, my, beautiful. story.
by Nate Watson, who, and I get it when I read all of the things that he's involved in, stepping down from the Conservation Commission. So, very, well-written and certainly speaks to the work of everyone else
Eloquent.
in the department and on the commission. And although we have it and we can accept his resignation, it doesn't seem that we can ever not accept someone's resignation. You can never force them to stay.
So a motion made to thank Nate Watson for his work with the town and to accept his resignation.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, next, review appointment process of the Greater New Bedford Regional Vocational Technical High School School Committee representation. And I have to tell you, having read this, first of all, seeing something like this, you know, the typewritten, you know, probably copy paper, this is old.
Yeah, this is the original regional agreement that dictates how the membership is actually appointed. I'm not quite sure we've done it right in the past, but that's okay. We're going to move forward. So the requirement for the regional agreement is that an appointing committee be made up of the select board chair, the moderator, and a representative from the school committee. So just wanted to give the board an update because I think maybe the last time around the select board actually appointed. So I had thought that was the process. That's not the process, so that's the process, is what I just described. So Ms. Silver Brooks will serve on that. The school committee is meeting later this month, I think next week, to select their individual to serve on the committee, and then we will get the group together to make an appointment.
Okay. Do you know if they have updated this procedure? Because I was looking for they talk about a quota for admissions and the determination of funding. And I was thinking, are they still operating by
Yes,
this?
they still do operate by that regional agreement, yes. That is the most up-to-date regional agreement I got from Superintendent Watson.
Quota is,
Oh, my.
now it's more of a lottery.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. So there may be some things where state law dictates, you know,
Yeah.
over the regional agreement.
I just thought it was interesting.
Yes, it is.
I was hoping they had an actual dollar figure that we could go back to 1971. But, all right.
Formula, that $6 million formula. that's a-
Exactly.
Just out of curiosity, when was the last time someone was appointed on that board? I believe it's been
Cindy
a while.
Mullen and Mike Shea.
That was a while ago. If I'm not mistaken, that was the process that was used.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because
Those names have been
coulda
there
asked
for
me-
a
if you
long
coulda asked me, I
time.
would have told you what the process was.
Okay.
Been through it for over 30 years, so.
All right, next we have a letter, and this is something that we need to do as part of our housing, our Dartmouth Housing Authority, Dartmouth Housing Authority town appointment.
This is the tenant representative.
This is the tenant rep, so that needs to be part of it. And we had a tenant, so those of you following along, page 296, Mary Elizabeth Ventura has
Shorter.
applied, what?
The Bible is shorter than our packet.
I know, my sympathies. So Mary Elizabeth Ventura has applied to be the tenant representative to the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded?
Quick question,
Yeah.
was she the only applicant?
Yes.
It actually went unfilled last year because they didn't have anyone interested.
Got it. Just checking.
Yeah.
Not too many tenants want to be involved like that, but once you have one, grab it.
Got it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What testimony?
All right, next on our hit parade, we have the Russell's Mills Historic District Commission appointments. This is a, you have,
Where are you going?
he thinks he's done?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you are. This is, in your packet, you have all of the applicants, and to get us over a hump before we appoint the entire committee, we need to have a couple of, we have two members of the committee, Doug Balder and Matthew Kate, who are remaining on the committee. So we need to appoint a couple more so that they have a quota. And so I reviewed these applicants, and having read the information that we just have to have one member in the Russell's Mills Historic District, both Matt and Doug are in the Russell's Mills Historic District. The names that I have on your sheet tonight are members who are folks that showed interest, who were not did not live within that district. The problem is, since applying for it, we have one candidate who has moved out of Dartmouth. Is going to be moving.
We do only need to appoint two, and if the board were to want to appoint others in the future, that's fine. You can view this as a temporary appointment while we wait out that 60-day period. And then in addition, we have a legal issue that's come up that needs to be dealt with in the next couple of weeks, hence the need for us to get a quorum at tonight's meeting.
Which of the two are you looking to appoint tonight?
We're looking to appoint Margaret Wool and Jason Clark.
So moved. Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So
Nate has a question.
So my only concern is, given the history and the drama of this particular commission and the level of interest that we had 15 applicants. I'm concerned about having an objective, transparent standard by which we're appointing members to this committee. That's my only concern. If there's something urgent that we must deal with, then that's a different thing in my mind.
There is something urgent, and I will tell you how I got to the candidates for transparency. I went through all of the applications and took down their addresses and looked to see whether they were residents of the district or not of the district, because when we go forth to fill out the remaining members, all of these people who are still residents of Dartmouth are possible contenders to be on here, but I wanted to get away from the problems that we did have, which were abutters. So when I looked at that, that was one of the things that I looked at. I also looked at how many other committees they had also applied to be on, so whether or not they had a true interest in this committee. So some of them applied to be on ZBA. Now I don't remember what my codes are. Youth Commission, CIP, Historic, Cultural, AC. Anyway, I remember what that one is. But a number of things. So they just applied for a whole bunch. So I looked at if they had anything leaning in that direction. What had they, if they added information, they are interested in architecture, they're interested in history, they have some connection to that, and those were the names that So Margaret Wool lives at 20 Wild Pepper Lane. That is not in the district. She is adjacent, but not in the district. Jason Clark is on Shaker Road, which is in North Dartmouth, not anywhere near it. Marissa was on Allen's Neck Road, interested in historic homes. So that's how I pulled out their information. Long-term residents and residents that said they were newcomers. So I didn't look to anyone that may have a financial stake. So any realtor, we had a number of those. To me, that would be the second tier, because again, I'm trying to avoid any conflicts of interest, which this board did not exercise previously.
It goes to, I think, a bigger point. We're having a good problem in the, lately, which is we're getting overwhelming demand for people interested. This has really never happened, right? 12, 13 people for Board of Public Works, 15 people for Russell's Mills Historic. I think we have 5 or 6 for the Greater New Bedford, School Committee. So historically, the board has really never had to do any sort of full screening process to kind of narrow these people down. It would never be efficient, as much as I love spending, until 10 o'clock with you guys on Monday nights. It would never be efficient to have 15 people in to interview all of them before a committee. So I do think it's time that the board start talking about what does that process want to look like going forward to get those people down, like we did with the Board of Public Works. We said, okay, send your kind of top 4 or 5, whatever it may be, and get consensus and bring them all in.
On the other hand, this is a little unique because we ended up with a committee who had no members, and we're placing 1 or 2 at a time. So it is unique, and Nate makes a point about all the people we didn't choose, when they came forward. And Heidi put a lot of effort into it. Maybe it's good enough or not, but how many more members do we actually need to appoint?
So you'll need to appoint 5 more, 3.
You still have to appoint.
Oh, yeah, you still have to appoint 3 others that are going to be part of the core
We just want to
group,
get to a
and
quorum.
then 2, and then 2 alternates. But we have we've been sued by the Buzzards Bay Coalition, the Russell's Mills Historic District Commission has, and in order for council to take action, they need to vote on what that action is. Council has recommendations, but we need a commission to respond, and we have 30 days to respond.
And again, I don't want to discredit anyone's work in putting these names forward, but to that point of us having great interest in committees, I think it's going to be very important for us to have objective and transparent selection criteria, so that people can trust the appointment process, right? And I'm not saying that anything is being done wrong right now. I'm just saying, as we look forward, if we continue to have this good problem, we should just have a way to do that screening. Because I don't disagree. To have 15 people here to get interviewed, it would be a later meeting than we have right now. But anyway, I'm fine with.
We do have openings on other boards, so the folks that applied to other boards have a possibility of still serving, and we still have openings on this board.
Yeah.
So it's not done.
And that's what gives me the greater comfort level, is that we're doing something temporary on an essentially emergency basis to be able to deal with a legal issue, and there's still more openings to fill. So it's not like we're done tonight. There's still more work to do to fill this board, and I'm sure we'll have a screening process, and then we'll do interviews, et cetera, at another meeting.
I do want to make sure that we don't get ourselves in the bind that we were in before.
Absolutely.
So we do have a number of folks that applied that live in the district. So
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
You had a motion in a second, yep.
Sorry, I
That's
derailed
okay.
it.
That's okay. All right, so the motion, the second, are to appoint Margaret Wool and Jason Clark. That will give us 4.
That gives us a quorum, correct.
That gives us a quorum. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so we'll appoint those 2. And then we'll be revisiting that in the near future. All right.
Way to go, Jason.
Are you
Thanks for
Jason?
sticking around.
Are you Jason? Oh, thank you.
Sticking around.
Jason has a background in architecture.
Can we hear from Jason? He's been sitting
Anybody who
around.
can
Sure.
last this long. just
Jason,
sitting
welcome. Oh, my goodness.
There you go.
Jason Clark. I've lived in Dartmouth for 26 years now. I am obviously interested in architecture, and I think this town has some interesting pieces of architecture that are worthy of preservation, and I'd like to come forward and help do that.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for waiting all night for us.
Yes. And now you've seen the whole full operation. You sure you want to get involved with us? Thank you. All right, back to our agenda. The next
tonight,
piece
he's
we
in the
have
States.
is the appointment of, so many pieces, sorry. The appointment of water quality. And as you may recall, one of Mr. Mickelson's last acts while on the board was to accept all 12 of the applicants who were interested in serving on, oh, sorry, that was you. That's right, it wasn't him, because he is actually one of the folks we appointed. So Mr. McDonald appointed all 12 to the Water Quality Board. And
I think it's 17, actually.
Oh, 17, all right. So what we have before us is.
The meeting at the
to-
auditorium.
Yes, to appoint the representatives from various boards. So these boards gave their person.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
make a motion that we appoint Robert Almy from the Board of Public Works, Susan Murray from the Board of Health, Elizabeth DiPaolo from Conservation, which is spelt wrong, by the way, and Eli Powell from Waterways to represent their respective boards on the Water Quality Committee.
do I have a second? Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Eli just left moments ago. All right, moving on. Q. I'm going to go down this list, and I have gone through and looked up everyone's attendance in the packet. So, Board of Registered Voters, Kathy Moralia would be representing the independent voters on that group. We didn't have one, and now we will.
The new appointment.
New appointment.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the Capital Planning Committee, Christopher Frias and Luke Lehman both have 100% attendance.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Council on Aging, Allison Nastansky has a 67% attendance rate to the board, but she has served the board for several years, and the board has been very happy with her
Close enough.
work.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just one thing, that
Yeah.
Kathy is not new to the Board of Registrars. That would be, it's a reappointment.
It's a reappointment?
reappointment.
Thank you.
She's been on there.
Oh, it's-
We saw the other
oh,
two.
and we only know two.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's nice to know who the independent is.
All right, Cultural Council, I did not get their attendance. Christine Hubert and Margaret Hollister.
Hey,
They're interested in doing it.
nothing wrong with that. Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Historic Commission, Philip Baker, 83%.
Hell of a job. Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Municipal Broadband Advisory Committee, John Collins. I didn't get any attendance.
Peter, John, okay? Good. Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Pathways Committee, Sandra Maderas, 100% attendance.
100.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Can it be more than 100%?
No.
Okay.
Next, we have the Sister City Delegation Committee. These two are interested in attending. There hasn't been a meeting in
It's quite a
several
while.
years.
We haven't done anything with Sister Cities,
haven't
but
done anything.
these two are very outstanding members of that committee.
You've been involved in it.
I've been involved with them for a number of years since Ed Tavaz hooked me into it many years ago. Yeah, motion to approve Belmira Barrios and Diane Kiltica.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Waterways Committee, Dana Dorbush, 92%.
Most definitely.
She's currently the chair.
Motion to approve.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next, we have line item transfers. So I'm going to call Gary. Wake up and come to the podium.
I disagree.
Next time, let's get Uber Eats in here, will you?
Yes. And
Sure know how to clear a room, huh?
the question that I have, which is, could you tell us what is the band's account?
So the band's account,
BANS account.
historically, we've had budgeted for a number of years, and it's more of a placeholder in case we have to do short-term borrowing. That's always been in the budget. Obviously, we haven't done any short-term borrowing in quite some time. But if we're going to start looking at school roofs and all that, I'm assuming that in the FY28 budget, if we're looking to do some short-term borrowings before we bond, so those are the bands, we would have to be tapping into that account on a temporary basis. But we have the luxury now of not having to use that, so we're able to transfer from that general fund account to subsidize these other accounts. And there's typically 3 or 4 that we do every single year. The payroll taxes, obviously we have to pay that. That's by federal law. And then these others I can go through.
41.
All right.
Stands for bond anticipated note, so short.
Bond anticipation
you're
notes.
preparing to borrow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Line item transfers, we have a transfer to the Council on Aging expenses for $3,300.
So this was for some outreach coordination that they needed additional hours for throughout the course of the year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Finance Director expense, $8,000.
So this was a case where we were going to do, so I'll give you some history. When we send out tax bills, we go through the tax bill, we go through the demand process, then we go through advertisement, then we go through to foreclosure, which is where we are right now. There's about 300 parcels totaling about $800,000 in delinquency. I wanted to do it in FY27, but we were able to do it in FY26 because we had the resources to do that. We contract with Coppola & Coppola, which is the #1 tax title attorney in the Commonwealth. They work closely with us. If you remember that prior to my taking over as finance director, they went with a company called Tallage. They were pretty much loan sharks, knocking on people's doors all times of the day, placing liens on the property. We brought that process in-house, and that means we have control over what we can, how we can converse with the resident. It works. We spent, I mean, it's not that it's a cheap proposal. We've budgeted for some of it, but we spent $25,000 on sending out a first round of letters. We've already collected 100, and this is only 1 week. So we've collected in that 1 week that the letters have hit the street. They'll be due by the end of the month, 103,000. So I'm assuming that we're going to collect probably 3/4 of that, and then we'll have to determine what we do with the rest of it. Obviously, the goal is to work with the residents. We've had people come in for payment plans, so on and so forth. We're not in the business of owning property. We want them on the tax rolls, and we want them paying their tax. So it's been done, and now we're doing it in-house, which is what we did prior to about 4 or 5 years ago.
And you're right, we don't want to own property, and we want our residents
And the
to
tax
have
title
a
rules
way
have
to
changed
pay that.
tremendously.
Yep,
We no longer collect the equity on the house. We have to give that back to the homeowner.
excellent.
Motion to approve the transfer for the finance director expenses for $8,000.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
The next one, Medicare payroll tax, $93,000. The amount for that was due predominantly to an additional amount of buyouts that we had as payroll tax increases at the 1.45% rate. We also have to increase that. This is a balancing act every single year. I try to budget as close as we can, but instead of over budgeting in this account, we usually ask for the line item transfer. This is something that we ask for every single year. We have to pay it. It's federally mandated, but it was due to some buyouts and, as I mentioned, just the payroll increasing.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the last one, Youth Commission expenses, predominantly it was because of a split year payroll, which we needed to fund that position. But at the end of the budget, it was short by $500.
Motion to approve.
That's been corrected for 2027.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And this is it. This ends the line item transfer.
This is actually
This is
the
it.
14th is the last day on the
Okay.
the rules that we have to transfer.
And we signed all of our end-of-year expenses earlier today, so we're fully into
Everything is done.
FY27. Okay.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Next on our list, we have a new Human Resources Director contract, Carol Ann Mello.
She got married.
Oh, she got married. All right. So I was like, saw the name. I was like, wait a second. So we have the contract. We have discussed that number of weeks. The candidate is.
Yeah, the contract is consistent with all our other independent employment contracts. The compensation is consistent with the compensation classification study that was provided. The interview process, we had a thorough interview process. We had a number of qualified applicants. We had 2 members of the board serve on the interview team, as well as myself, the police chief, Mr. Carrero, Tim Barber, I'm sorry, Tim Barber did not serve on that group. Melanie Perry from my office also served on that group. And we found Miss Mello to be the best candidate for the town of Dartmouth.
Excellent. And we look forward to her joining us on August
31st.
31st.
Yes.
And hence the need to have the transitional contract
Yes,
earlier.
yeah.
All right.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. We'll just sign off on this.
Another member of the team in the books.
Almost there.
We are. Feel it.
This is like the Sistine Chapel.
All right. Town administrator update.
Yes, I have quite a few items to go over, so hopefully no one has any plans. I just wanted to give a shout out. DCTV, Pete is here, so he's manning the camera, so he can't come out. But DCTV was nationally recognized a couple weeks ago when they won a national award. They had previously been recognized regionally, but this year they won a national award for their overall performance for community media groups within their budget size. So congratulations to Pete and his whole team. It was exciting to see the dog park getting some good use. Our own communications manager, Jessica Dastu, hosted a dachshund meetup at the dog park. And so if you look in the Dartmouth Week, they have a nice article. So kudos to Jess and the team there. Just a reminder, we had some serious heat a couple weeks ago, and unfortunately the Peyton Aaron Bridge was closed down. We are anticipating extreme heat on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. So while we hope to keep the bridge open, there is a good chance that the bridge will be shut down. We try to coordinate with public safety. Just so people understand, maritime law requires us to actually keep the bridge open. So we got a complaint. Well, it's not, the weather's not even that nice. People aren't even, boating that much today, and we completely understand. However, there's Coast Guard regulations that literally require us to keep the bridge open if it's not operational. We've also cut so much off the bridge, so what happens is it gets really warm, the steel expands. And that's why you see sometimes DPW's out there actually spraying it with water to cool it down, so the expansion stops, right? So it contracts. We've cut off so much of the bridge, the steel bridge, from it expanding that we cannot cut off any more of the bridge. So when it expands, we cannot close it. So that's why you see sometimes we preemptively have to leave it open and prevent it from opening and closing, because we would not be able to close it. It would get stuck. So now we're actually on the concrete deck, so you can't cut off the concrete deck. So just want to give everyone the heads up. We understand the frustration, but it's one of those things, Mother Nature, we have to deal with until we come up with some solutions. The state is still approaching their 25% design, and so we continue to try to push them and work with the state to move forward with that design process.
On that, I do want to commend Fire District
You could've
1.
built 3 buildings by
Luckily, had put a vehicle on the other side of the bridge last week, and it did need to respond to a fire, a house fire, and responded to another health matter with Stat Ambulance. So I commend them, and they are working, Tim Lancaster and Tim Barber are working together to make the best of a bad situation.
And also, if the gates are up, we ask the public to not walk past the gates. We had a few intoxicated individuals over the past couple of weeks when it was closed down.
Let them go.
At night that walk past the gates.
Don't say stupid.
You're going to get in trouble if the police come out. So just be smart, make good decisions. Ask the public to do that. Also excited to share that our library started the new seed packets this year, where you could go into the library and get seeds for your garden, and they handed out over 2,500 packets so far this year to the community. So really exciting. Dartmouth was the host of the Regional Emergency Management Meeting for the month of June, so it was good to have all the emergency management agencies in town. Last Thursday, Conservation, Board of Health, and Jessica and Harbor did their first round of water quality testing. It was a beautiful morning, and all that went off very well. Also want to commend our collector's office. Shannon who's our town collector. They're in the process of actually cleaning up 26 years of uncollectible personal property. So going back to 1995, they're cleaning up all of the personal property. I'm sorry, 1999. The community park playground will reopen on Wednesday, so they're doing the finishing touches on that. Our first water quality advisory committee meeting will be in this room tomorrow, the 14th at 6 p.m. The New Bedford Junior Regatta was held this past weekend. Was successful, brought a number of people into town. And then finally, our affordable housing buy-down program has been open. That's the program that offers grants up to $195,000 for first-time home buyers. We did a lottery. We only had one eligible applicant.
Oh.
So we are going to be reopening it on a rolling basis. So there won't even be a lottery. If you apply and you are eligible, all the information can be found on our website. It's a first come, first served basis. So the income limits are all there. And if you, like I said, if you qualify, we'll give you up to $195,000 to buy a home in Dartmouth. So it's a great program.
Where can someone find that information on how to do that? Is it
all on the website?
On the website?
Yep, it's all on the website.
Which sub-website?
It's under news and announcements.
News and announcements.
Yeah, we posted all on news and announcements. We've done a few press releases on it, trying to get the word out there. It does require a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a kind of the state lays out the process, but I mean, for $195,000, it's, I think, worth it.
Worth the legwork.
It's a nice part-time job.
All right.
We don't have anything for proposed town projects tonight. We'll visit that at our first meeting in August.
Okay.
Old business under 40B update. The appeal period for the Hawthorne Country Club parcel is over. We did not receive any appeals, so that comprehensive permit is taken effect. And we are, like I said, applying through the Department of Housing and Livable Communities, so those units count towards our subsidized housing inventory. The public hearing for the Sherbrooke Farms on Old Westport Road project was closed, so the Zoning Board of Appeals will be issuing a decision on that in the coming weeks. And the Hathaway Road project has been continued.
One question on the Tucker Road project. There were no
appeals
from abutters.
From anyone.
From
Yeah,
anyone.
Yep. So you can, there's an appeal period where anyone has the right to appeal the permit, and that did not occur.
Okay, and the next step in that process now, because that's over.
They still need to go to conservation. They have all their conservation permitting.
There's more work on that.
And then they still need to meet all the conditions of the permit before they can get building permits.
Okay. Liscana.
No new updates.
Lake Nokichoke.
No new updates.
Municipal broadband.
No new updates.
And I like seeing this new one, which is annual operating budget.
Yes, we do not have any updates, but we want to keep it on there.
We talked a lot about money tonight.
Yes, we
I
did,
can't
yeah.
take any more.
Thank you for putting that on.
And then next, we have our minutes. I reviewed the minutes. One comment, the June 8th meeting started at 4 p.m., not 6 p.m.
Sorry about that.
So no problem. So if we could amend that.
Make a motion to amend the time for that meeting to 4 p.m.
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor of amending June 8th, 2026 and accepting June 8th, 2026? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I saw no, did anyone catch any missteps in anything else? So a motion to,
To accept all three meetings, to approve the minutes of all three meetings. Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor for all three meetings?
Aye.
Excellent. All right, select board updates. Mr. McDonald?
Oh, no.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. O'Neill?
Look at me.
Mr. Tattlebaum?
This is an incredible agenda, thanks to you, Mrs. Brooks, and our town administrator put together. We covered a lot of ground. Great job.
Is that who we're blaming tonight?
I'm taking full responsibility. I went through the list, but I had said, next time I want to know how many pages it's going to be, because this
Like I said, the Bible's shorter.
366 was a lot.
Left for next meeting, or we covered it?
Yes, I have we have a list for next meeting, yes.
Great job, thank you.
Nate, anything?
Quick thing, I don't know, have we gotten any complaints or issues with getting down to Round Hill with the new system they got there? So, and the reason I asked, so I went there yesterday. I was at a queue of about 30 cars on Smith Neck, and it just seems like a dangerous situation. So what's happening is you have a queue on Smith Neck, and then people who are just trying to get through, they drive on the wrong side of the road, and in the 15 to 20 minutes I was waiting in that line, twice I saw a near collision with people driving on the wrong side of the road with people who were turning onto Ray Pack. So I don't know, it just feels wrong, like the setup there. I don't know what can be done if there's, I don't know, maybe it's reaching out to Parks and Rec.
The suggestion would be to contact the traffic safety officer and have him take a look at it when the queue is that long, and for him to meet with the park board to discuss what needs to be done. As I said before,
the process right now is the same.
But you can't fix stupid.
Yeah, the process is the same.
We haven't changed anything yet. We're looking at doing plate readers next year.
But that's not what we're doing now.
I think, so the thing that's changed is they have the counter now, so they only let as many cars in as there are spaces.
As a result of the complaints received before about people not parking where they should park, and people not being able to find parking when they got down, because there was no limitation before. So the counting is new.
And so this type of queuing has never happened, at least as long as I've been around. But anyway, and I know that it's sort of Parks and Rec's deal, but it ends up on the road, and it just feels like something that we should look into, and preemptively, reaching out to Parks and Rec and with the police department and seeing if there's something that can be done to make it a little safer. And I'm sure it's only a matter of time before the people who are just trying to drive to their house on the other side of Round Hill start getting upset. But anyway, other than that, I've got nothing.
Okay. The only thing I have coming up, again, for those of you looking for something to do, staying cool for the next few days, but Tuesday nights, the Dartmouth Community Band is back for their concerts, which are free and at Apponeganset. Wednesday nights is the traditional summer concert series. There is a fee to get in that. Those are every Wednesday nights. And coming up the following weekend, the weekend of the 25th, July 25th, it's the Paid Narrum Annual Sidewalk Sale. And coming up at the Zeitarian for the next 2 weekends is Margaritaville, if you're interested in
Our
that.
new loading zone by then.
You, usher you.
Yes, I'll see you then. Sure. Our next meeting with a shorter than 3-hour agenda is scheduled for April 3rd. And before April, August 3rd. Yeah, I'm pushing them way off now.
I'm wrong, you got the date.
I know, I'm
Oh
a
my
mess.
God.
So before we close tonight, we do have a recognition, and this is for Dr. Agai, in recognition of his 22 years of committed service to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Since joining the board in 2014, Dr. Agai has generously contributed his time, expertise, and thoughtful leadership in service to the Dartmouth community. We have a citation for him, and he has served on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and my thought is to make him an honorary member. He's still interested in the committee work, but this would be a non-voting member of the committee. So I don't know how anyone else is feeling about Dr. Agai becoming an honorary member.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Ray's done a great job.
Emeritus?
He has. Emeritus, yes, we'll give him status. So I will see if he's going to the next ZBA, if they know if he's coming, and I'll show up. Okay with that?
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we'll just
Zoning
let Michelle
emeritus.
hang on to it. Zoning emeritus, so that's not an easy board. All right, so.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made to make him an honorary member, and motion to adjourn, seconded. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank God.
We're just getting started here.
It's time for dinner.
Oh, wait, one more thing.
No.